Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. Today we are going to build a full stack print on demand web application which we are going to build it with the help of React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS and many other tech stack. To build this application you don't need any prior experience. If you are a beginner and you don't know how to build any React or Next.js application, don't worry because I'm gonna walk through each step-by-step process to build this application. Let me walk through this application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen which is completely responsive. The whole app which we are going to build is a responsive, and with the help of Tailwind CSS I'm going to teach you how easily we can make any pages application responsive on a different screen resolution. Now on this home screen we have the header, then we have the landing hero section, and then you will see this product category. Now this product category we are fetching from the backend. With the help of Strapi CMS, we are managing our all category, products and the order as well. Just you need to create a collection and then Strapi will take care of everything. It will create an API for you and you just need to interact with the Strapi CMS. That also I'm going to teach you from the beginning how to set up a Strapi and everything. Once we have the product category and the popular product displaying on the screen, you can go to any category, and once you are in the category you will see all the products come under that particular category. How cool, right? Then if you want to customize any product, just click on customize and then you will redirect it to the product detail screen where you will find a product image. On the right hand side some information about the product. Below that you will see the description and the popular product as well. Once you click customize, it will enable you the customization studio where you have option to upload the image, remove the background, upscale the image, smart crop and shadow, adding a shadow to your image. Now with the help of ImageKit.io, we are going to add all of these AI image transformation with the help of ImageKit. This will provide you to transform your image just by adding the transformation query inside your URL, and then you are good to go. And everything that also we are going to learn in this particular tutorial. It's a free to use, so you can give a try. Consider that you uploaded this particular image. Then you want to remove the background. Simply remove the background of this image and within a click it will remove the background for you. If you want to crop the image or add a shadow to your image, you will see it's added a shadow as well. Once you are happy with your design, just click on add to cart. And then at the top you will see the count, it automatically get changed. If I added multiple product into the cart, it automatically update your cart number as well. Now on the click of this cart you can go to the checkout. We also added the Gmail authentication so that it will save your cart information, and anytime when you come back to our application you will see all the details from your cart. Just click on it and then you will see all the items product that is added to a cart. How easy. If you want to remove any of this cart item, you can just simply delete it and it will remove it from the cart, and then you can simply check out it. Now obviously all this API logic we added, like you can learn how to get the data from the Strapi CMS, how to insert a record or how to delete, update the record, everything that you are going to learn in this particular project. And there are many more features that we are going to add in this project. Now to manage all our products category, we are going to use a Strapi CMS as our admin panel. Strapi is an open source CMS which you can easily use it on your local machine. And at the end of this particular project, I'm going to tell you how you can deploy this Strapi on the cloud for free with the help of Strapi Cloud. Then for the AI image transformation, we are going to use an ImageKit. Not only that, but we are going to use ImageKit to upload all our images, and we are going to connect ImageKit with the Strapi as our media cloud service provider. This ImageKit will provide an image API in order to transform your image, like you can expand your image, remove the background, upscale your image, and many other AI transformation. You can do it with the help of this image kit. Now, any of this tech stack, if you never used before, don't worry, because I'm gonna tell you each uh, tech stack in detail so that you will learn everything from the basic. Also, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, you have to watch complete video to explore more feature into this particular project, or don't forget to join TubeGurji Pro member, where you will get an exclusive access to my all the source code and the courses as well. In a few days, I'm going to launch brand new web application for this TubeGurji, so that you can get more access, more features with the help of TubeGurji Pro membership. That is only available if you join today. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this print on demand web application. Now it's time to create a Next.js application, as Next.js is the React framework to develop the web application. And if you are new to the Next.js, don't worry, because in this particular course I'm going to explain you step-by-step process how to create a Next.js application and what are the files, folder are included in the Next.js and how different from the React, as it's a React framework only, so you don't need to worry about anything. Now simply go to the nextjs.org, and on this one you will find this command called npx create next app at latest. You can even go to the documentation and explore more feature about the Next.js. Now open a folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal at that folder. If you are using the Windows, then open the command prompt and simply type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js, okay? But if you want to install a specific version, then you can mention that specific version instead of latest. Now just click enter, and then it will ask you, do you want to proceed? So this is the current version that they are using. Then we'll say yes, and then we need to give a project name. So here we'll say print on demand app. Then click enter. It will ask, do you want to use Typescript? We'll say yes. Then ESLint, say no. Tailwind CSS, say yes. No to the source directory, and yes to the app router, no to the turbo pack. And then it will install the dependency like React, React DOM, and some dev dependency like Typescript, Tailwind CSS, and etc. Okay. Now we'll wait to finish installing all of these dependencies. Once your project is created, just close this window, open the VS Code, and simply open the folder where you just created this project. Here we'll say yes, I trust the author, and then boom. If you see, we have some files and folder included inside this Next.js app. Let me walk through each of these folder. The very first folder, which is app folder, in which we are going to write all our code, like all the pages, routing, APIs, and everything, which will be inside this app folder. Currently it has a global.css as a default file, which contain the globally applied CSS or style to your application, which you can add to directly inside the global CSS. Then the layout.tsx file, which is the root layout of your application, in which it has the HTML body tag. Through that, obviously it mentioned the children, so all your route are going to render through these children. Then it also has the metadata, which is very helpful to for SEO purpose. Now for example, you can update this title. We'll say print on demand web app. Print your custom design and start selling. Now obviously it also have a font which you can change later on. I'm going to tell you how to do that. Then we have this page.tsx file, which is the default page of your application. Now whenever you want to create the new page, you have to give the folder name, and then you have to write page.tsx, inside which you are going to write all the code. Now once we run the application, you will get to know much better. Then we have the public folder in which we are going to store our images, assets, font if you have any inside this public folder. And whenever you want to use, you can directly use without specifying the complete path. Then we have this next.config.ts file in which it contains the Next.js related configuration. Then we have package.json which contains the name, version of your application, the script to run, to build your application and the dependency along with their version and some dev dependency as well. Then we have post CSS as well. Now obviously you don't see the Tailwind css.config.ts file. That's because with the Tailwind CSS version 4, it move all your Tailwind CSS configuration into the global CSS file. So if I go to the global CSS, here you will see all that changes. Okay, so right now if you see the Tailwind CSS imported to a global CSS. Okay, so you don't need to worry about if you did not see the global tailwind.config.js file. Now simply go to the terminal, click new terminal. It will open the terminal inside your VS Code and simply run a command npm run dev. Now once you run this command, it will run your application on the port localhost 3000. Now simply click on it and it will open inside the browser. And here you will see the default page of your application. Now let me bring this side by side. Simply go to the page.tsx and that's where all of this code is written, right? Now, for example, you want to make some changes over here. Okay, so I will remove this and here I will say hello world and then save it. As soon as you save, you will see these changes and right now it's showing this text hello. That's how it works. Now let me clean this out and here we'll simply add a div. Inside this we'll add a h2 tag and we'll say subscribe to Typescript channel. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And once you save it, you will see just a plain text called subscribe to Typescript. Okay, so this is how you have to run your application and make some changes to your default page. Now let's move. The next step is to add a Tailwind CSS based UI component library called ShadCN. Now let's move to the next step where we are going to add an Tailwind CSS based UI component library called ShadCN. ShadCN is among the one of the best UI component library in the market and is very popular among the developers. Simply go to the ui.shadcn.com and here you will find a different components. Simply click get started and select the correct framework. Over here make sure to select npm and then copy this command to initialize the ShadCN. Now we'll add a new terminal. Inside this I will initialize this ShadCN. Now we'll say yes to proceed and then you can select the color or base color which you want. Okay, so I will select the neutral or we can select the gray for now. Obviously later on we are going to update that color and then boom, the ShadCN is now ready. Okay, now on the left hand side, as soon as you added the ShadCN, then one new file get added called component.json in which you will see the ShadCN related configuration and also the leaf folder. You don't need to worry about this leaf folder. Now let's add a button component. Okay, so this is the command in order to add a button component. Now every time whenever you want to use any component from the ShadCN, first you have to install it by using npm command. Now once you add this button component, you will see inside this component folder, under this UI folder, the button.txx file get added. Now obviously this is from the ShadCN, but you have full control over it and you can update this ShadCN anytime. Now once you add this, simply we'll go back to page.tsx file and then let's import this button component. Here we'll say subscribe and then save it. Now if I go back, let's refresh the screen once, and if it doesn't work, if you see the button is not showing in a proper way, okay, sometimes simply go to the global CSS and here you will find some changes. The color code is get added to your global CSS file. Okay, Now simply remove this TW animate CSS for now, save it, and then you will see this button in a proper way. And again you can keep this back. I don't think so it will now affect anything. Say so sometimes it happen. Otherwise another option is to stop your application and then run it again. So that's how you have to set up the shared scene. The next thing that we are going to add is a font for our application. Currently it's a default font if you see on the screen, but you can add any font you want. Let me introduce a Strapi AI. It's your new co-pilot for building structured content smarter, faster, and with more confidence. It's a pack with a usability improvement to help you to design better API with a less effort. Now you can generate a complete content schema just by chatting with AI or by uploading Figma file or existing frontend app. It's more kind of collaborative way to start structuring your API. Plus, you have introduced major UX improvement that streamline editing, reduce error, and let you move faster. With this Strapi AI, you can create a schema just within a few seconds. You have to upload your project or use a Figma link, or you can chat with the AI in order to generate the beautiful schema with the help of AI. You don't need to think more on that. Strapi AI will take care of everything. I'm adding a link in the description in order to join a waitlist of Strapi AI. It's free to use and you can easily build a SaaS application for your business with the help of this Strapi AI. You can go ahead and check this blog about the Strapi AI which introduced recently. Currently, it is in a beta, so only few developers have access to this. But if you want to get access to this Strapi AI, click the link in the description and join the waitlist. With the help of this Strapi AI, it helps us to build your application much faster. Now it's time to set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Strapi CMS. If you see, as this is our application, and in order to save the data and fetch the data, we need a platform where we can store all of this information, we can insert the information, and that's where the Strapi CMS play a very important role. Inside the Strapi, obviously we can add a product list where we can also fetch it on the application side. Then if you want to add a category, check all the orders and many other things, we can handle it from the Strapi CMS because it has the beautiful web UI as well. And this Strapi CMS we are going to connect to the Neon PostgreSQL database so that we can connect everything together. So Strapi is an open source Node.js based headless CMS. It's free and also it provides a lot of different features. With the help of Strapi CMS, you can easily build any SaaS application as well. And in this particular course, I'm going to tell you how easily we can set up a Strapi. So simply click the link in the description and go to the Strapi. With the help of Strapi, even you don't need to create an API, it automatically creates an API for you. So it will help us to build our application much faster. Then click get started and it will redirect you to the documentation. On this one, simply this is the command where you can create a Strapi application. So I will just copy this one because I want to give my own project name. So you have to type npx create Strapi at latest. So open a terminal, add that folder where you want to create this Strapi application and simply paste this command. Now it will install the latest version of the Strapi, which is Strapi 5. Then simply say OK to proceed and then it will start installing the Strapi CMS for you. Also, if you ask the project name, make sure to give. So here we will print on demand web admin. And then you can have option to please log in or sign up. Okay, so we'll just keep that one because we don't want it. Now you have option to use the default database, which is SQLite. Okay, but if you move your application to production, right, that local data will not available and it is on the local, so we'll say no. And we want to use our own database, which is a PostgreSQL database. Now, in order to use this PostgreSQL database, you need to provide a database name and all other feature. So simply head to the Neon PostgreSQL database, simply log in, and if you don't know about the Neon is one of the best PostgreSQL database provider in the market. It's free to use, and in many of my applications I use this Neon PostgreSQL database. It's a very quick to set up, and you can scale this anytime. It's available for Next.js. You can use with the different ORM like Drizzle, Prisma, and many other programming language as well. Now make sure to sign in to your account, and once you sign in, select the project. If you don't have project, make sure to create a new project, and then at the top you will find an option called Connect. Click on it and then select the database. Here you will find an option to create a new database. Here I will add print on demand app, and then select the owner. Simply click create, and then boom, your database is ready. Here you will find the connection string as well. Now simply go to this string, and you can even check the parameter. That's what we want. Now first thing, you need to provide a database name. So this is database name. I'm gonna copy and we'll go back over here. I will just enter this. Then you need to provide the host name, which is this one. So copy the host name as well. We'll paste it here. Then you need to provide a port name. So port you can keep as it is, the default one. Then the username, you will find this username over here. And the last is password. And then it will ask, do you want to enable the SSN? We'll say yes. And then it will ask, start with an example structure and data. We'll say no, because we don't want any default data. Start with the TypeScript. We'll say yes or no. It completely depends. We'll say no for now. And install dependency with npm. Say yes. Initialize the Git repo. Say yes. And then if you see, it start installing the dependency which is required to set up the Strapi. Now once your project is ready, simply close this terminal and then go to the VS Code. Over here we'll open a new window inside the VS Code, and then open this particular project. So we'll go to the project folder where we just created this project. Now inside the project I have Strapi Backend, and then I will select this Strapi CMS project. And if you see, we have some of the files and folder. Now obviously you don't need to go through it one by one. Okay, if you need it, obviously I'm gonna explain that. Now simply open a terminal inside this Strapi, and inside the package.json you will see a different option to run the Strapi. Now in order to run the Strapi in a development mode, simply run a command npm run develop and simply click enter. Now your Strapi will run in a development mode. So we'll wait. Now in the backend it will automatically create a tables for us, depends on the Strapi requirements, so you don't need to worry about anything. And boom, if you see, your Strapi is now running. Now very first time obviously you need to sign up to the Strapi, so we'll enter some detail, then add an email, password. I will just confirm the password as well, and then simply let's start. Then you will redirect it to this Strapi admin on the port localhost 1337/admin. Obviously here you will find all the information, how many entries created, which one are published, and all the steps. Now on the left hand side you will see this content manager, from where you can see all the records, or you can even add a new record. Then inside the media library you can see, or you can upload all the images. On the content manager, where you can create a collection, it means in a simple word, where you can create a tables, okay, along with the columns. Right now if you see, we have only one collection, which is user, which contains this all of this field. Obviously you also can create a single types or component as well. If you want to deploy your application, you can connect your application to the GitHub, and then you can even deploy it to the Strapi cloud. Strapi Cloud, you can use it for free. So at the end of this particular course, I'm gonna tell you how you can easily deploy the Strapi on the Strapi Cloud. Then in the marketplace, you will find a different plugin which you can explore and add it to your Strapi admin panel. And inside the setting, you will find bunch of settings to access your API. You can create API key, roles, provider, branding, and many other things. Now, first thing first, let's create a new collection for our categories. Now, obviously, once we start developing our application, there are many of the things that we want to add it to the Strapi, like categories, product, user information, and many others. So once we start, we can add it one by one into the Strapi. But for now, make sure you are able to set up the Strapi CMS locally. Now, in order to upload any images or any files, right, through this Strapi media library, obviously currently it's saving in a local, right? But once you deploy this application, then your all the media file will gone. Obviously, we need some backend or some cloud where you can store all of these images, and that's where we are going to use this ImageKit.io. ImageKit is one of the platform to optimize, transfer, store, and manage your all the images, videos, or any files very seamlessly. It provides a lot of different feature, and along with the AI, you can transform your image in a real time. You just need to update the URL, and ImageKit will do all the magic for you. You can do the smart cropping, you can do the generative filling, you can even increase the or upscale the image, add shadow to your image, and there are many more features you will find with this ImageKit. Now you can connect this ImageKit to the Strapi with this Strapi plugins. Now simply we have to head to this Strapi, then click on this marketplace option. Here you will find a bunch of different plugins available in order to integrate with the Strapi. Inside this you have to search ImageKit, and then you will find the Strapi plugin for the ImageKit. Copy this install command and then head back to the Strapi admin panel. Over here I will add a new tab and simply paste the code or paste the command. Now it will install the Strapi plugin ImageKit into your application. Now if I go back to this documentation, click more option. So over here you will find the documentation and step-by-step guide how you have to install it. Obviously very first step is to install this Strapi plugin ImageKit into your project, and then you have to build this project. So what I will do, I will go back to the VS Code and I will simply stop this. I will run a command npm run build, and once you run this command, make sure to rerun your application, and then we'll say npm run develop to restart our application. After this, once you restart your application, we'll go back over here and just refresh this Strapi backend. Here you will find a brand new option called ImageKit. If I open this, you might see that it's saying the content is blocked. We'll fix this in a moment. But before that, I will head to this settings option, and inside this setting, if you scroll down a little bit, you will see this option called ImageKit plugin, and you have option called configuration. Inside this ImageKit IO setting, you have to add the ImageKit public key, ImageKit private key, and the URL endpoint. Now, in order to get this all the keys and the URL, simply I will go to the ImageKit, sign up if you don't have an account. Once you log in to the ImageKit, you will find all of this option. Now inside the media file, I have a lot of different project which uses this ImageKit as a cloud storage for the images. Now on the left hand side, simply click on developer option, and here you will find the public key, private key, and the URL endpoint. Let's copy one by one. So I will copy the public key first, and inside the Strapi I will paste this public key. Then I will copy this private key as well. And the last, we have to copy the endpoint. So this is the endpoint, URL endpoint, you have to copy that too. And then you have option to deliver media using ImageKit. So if you say yes, it will automatically optimize the media through the ImageKit. It's completely optional. You can say true, false, okay, it's up to you. Then this option is very important. It's saying enable ImageKit upload. Say true, because by default when you upload any images to Strapi, it will automatically upload it to the ImageKit. Okay, then you have to add some uploaded folder and file name. So I will use this /Strapi uploads. Now you can follow this tutorial or documentation as well, that how to set up everything one by one. See, so I'm using this example as it is. You can even use the tags. So over here I will use these tags, say override these tags as a true. You can add a condition where if you want the image size less than 2 MB, 5 MB, something like that, okay. And then mark file as a private, we'll make it false, we'll keep as it is, and simply save this configuration. Okay, once you save this configuration, now again head back to this documentation and scroll down a little bit. Now inside this config/plugins, you have to add all of these details, okay, which obviously you need to update this with a public key and private key. But this is completely optional because we already configured with the settings. Okay, so through this setting we already configured, so you don't need to actually do it. Okay, just skip this step. But the most important, you need to update this security middleware. So inside the config folder under the middleware.js file, you have to add this configuration. So simply copy this as it is. So let me copy only this part, and then we'll head back to the Strapi admin panel, go to the config, go to the middleware, and I will remove this Strapi security and I will replace with the code which we copied. Now this code will just enable all the images which is get fetched from the ImageKit. Okay, so that's the reason we this configuration added. Now again save this one, and as soon as you save it, you will see that Strapi is automatically rebooted for you. Okay, now simply go to the media library, and inside this click add new assets. You can upload any file from your local machine, and once you upload this file, it will show this file with a thumbnail. Now in order to verify that this file is uploaded or not, simply click on this edit button and click on this link. Now you can open this link in a new tab, and here you will find that ImageKit.io. Now this particular image is rendering from this particular URL. Not only that, but if you want to verify, you can go to the media library, and here you will find a brand new folder called Strapi upload. Inside this, if I open this, you will see this image. Cool, right? So that's how you can connect your ImageKit with this Strapi. Now if I go to this ImageKit icon, right, we are the option which is coming under this sidebar, you can even check your dashboard from this Strapi directly. Okay, so that's how guys you have to connect this Strapi with the ImageKit, because we want to upload some product images, category icons, and many others, and that for that one we want to upload the images under the media library, and for that we need some cloud storage where we can save this all the images and files. Now let's consider that you want to save the user information once user sign in or sign up, and for that one you can create a collection inside the Strapi to save all of this information. So simply head to this content type builder, and currently if you see we have the collection type called user, which is the default, but we'll create a new one. So click on this collection type plus icon, then give the name. So we'll say users, or we'll say user list. Okay, then here automatically it will populate the API ID, singular and plural, and then inside the advanced setting you can see more option, and simply click continue. Once you create, you will see this collection type with the user list, right? Now you can add the field which you want. For example, the text for the full name, or you can simply add something like this, full name. You can select the type, whether it's short or long, and you can select the required field as well, okay, which one you want as a required field, and simply click finish, and here you will see the new field get added. Same thing you can do. For example, you want to save email, so we'll say email only. Inside the advanced, I will say this is a required field, and you can even provide default value for any field which you want to provide it, and simply click finish. Also, I'm gonna put a picture and finish. So these are the three fields currently we added under the user list, and simply once you add that, right, click save button, and then it will restart your Strapi with these updated changes. You don't need to restart manually, it will automatically restart for you, so you don't need to worry about that. And once it's done, you will see the user list collection. Now head to this content manager, and inside this content manager you will see all new collection which we just created. Just click on this user list. Currently we don't have any entry, but you also have option to create a new entry, and whichever field we added, you can simply add it from here. How easy it is, right? So that's how you can create a collection inside the Strapi. Now once we add the authentication, you're going to learn how we can enable the API in order to save, retrieve the user information. Now in order to enable it, simply go to the settings, and inside the setting you can click on API token. Now obviously in order to make a secure call, you must create a new API token, okay? Currently we have this read only and full access token. You can use the existing one if you want, or you can create a new API token. Give the API token name, I will say dev environment. Select the duration, I will select unlimited, and token type, I will say custom, okay? Now when you click the custom, you have option which of the API endpoint you want to enable, okay? So for example, inside the user list you wanna add create, and I think update as well, you can add something like this, right? Find one, or let's select all. Same thing you can do for all other. So I think that's all we needed, okay, for now. So content type builder, I will select all for now, and then simply click save. Once you save, you will get this API token. Now copy this API token because you cannot get again, okay? So make sure to copy that, head back to your application, okay, the Next.js application, and inside this we'll create a .env file. Inside this .env we'll add this Strapi API token, and simply paste this token, okay, and save it so that you can use it inside your application. Once it's saved, you can go back and boom, you will see your API token is now created. Now inside this, if you want to use any endpoint, just click on this setting icon and you will see this endpoint, how to retrieve, how to create, and everything. Obviously in the next chapter where we are going to add authentication inside our application, then you will get to know how easily we can use this API endpoint, because it's already created. The logic regarding the creating API and saving into database is already there. You just need to call it. Now it is time to start building our application. If you see, this is the home screen of our app, where on the top we are going to add a header, then we are going to add a hero section, the category list, and the product along with the footer. After this, obviously there are a lot of other pages which we are going to add, but on the home screen these are some of the components which we want to add. So simply head back to the VS Code, and inside this app folder where we have this page.tsx, I will remove this existing code and I will just add some section. So first is a header, then the hero section, the category list. After this we want to add product list, and then last is footer, okay? Now in order to build this complete page, we are going to divide each of these section into a small components. So for the header, we are going to create a new component. So we'll create a new folder under the app and we'll call it as a underscore components. Under this, we'll create a new file called header.tsx. Then simply add a default template and then save it. Now, in order to add this default template by just typing a couple of words, simply you have to add a new extension inside the VS Code called ES7 plus React Redux extension. And for the Tailwind CSS as well, you can add this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. That is very important. Now again, inside the header, first before that we will add this header component on the home screen and then save it. Now we'll go back to this header, and inside this, first thing we want to add a logo on the left hand side. Now for the logo, you can get any logo. I will use this logo Pism, the logo placeholder. So just go to this any of this logo and you select the logo which you want to use. Okay, there are a bunch of different logo which you can pick it from. So I think I will use this one, the simple one. Just click on it. It will copy the SVG file. Then go to the public folder. Inside this, we'll create a logo.svg and simply paste this SVG which you copied and then save it. Then inside the header, we'll call an image tag from the next/image, the source tag, and under this you can simply mention the logo.svg. You don't need to provide a complete path. Alternate text will be logo. The width I will say 120, height 80, and then save it. Now I will go back to our application and here you will see the logo, right? Now obviously you can change this size and height. So I will say 320 by 180, little bit bigger, right? But anytime you can provide your own custom width using the Tailwind CSS classes as well. I think this is much better. After this, we want to add some menu options, right? So we'll define that menu options. So we'll say constant menu. Inside this, we'll say ID1, name as home, and then path for that. Okay, I will copy this a couple of more times. And the second will be, let's say, products, then about us, and then contact us. So these are some options which I added for our menu. Okay, and then save it. So in order to iterate that, we'll simply add the UL tag. Inside this we want to map. So we'll say menu.map item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add li tag and then simply show item.name. For this li we'll provide a key as index and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see these 4 options, but we want this 4 option in one line. So for that, for this UL tag, we'll mark it as a flex gap of 5. Also for this li tag, I will add some styling and let's see how it looks now. See, and the last we want to add a button and it will say login /sign up or sign in /sign up, you can say. Okay, now this button only will display when the user is not logged in. Otherwise we are going to show a profile icon. Also we want to add a cart icon. So actually we can wrap this button inside the div because we want on the right hand side, and then we can add a cart icon, or I don't know, whether bucket icon. We can simply find that on a Lucid React icon, because when we install the Shatsion, it also install these Lucid icons. So if I search something like cart, so this is called shopping cart. So simply you can type like shopping cart or bag. Okay, and close this tag. Let's save this one. For this as well, we make a flex gap of let's say 3 item to be in the center, and then save it. And then save it. I don't know why we are getting this error. You see, we have these all of things ready. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this parent div, we'll add a class name flex, then item to be in the center, and then justify between. When you see the justify between, this is how it will look like. Also give some padding. So we'll say padding to 4, padding x to 10. On medium screen we'll give padding. Okay, let's keep like this only for now, because later on we are going to add a padding to the layout directly. Okay, now whenever we hover on this particular text, we want to change the color. Also currently the color is kind of black color, right? The primary color, so that also you can change it. In order to change the color of your Chatcn component, simply go to the global CSS, and inside that you will see this Tailwind CSS styling for the Chatcn. Now search for this primary. Okay, now this is the color code they use, which is an OKLCH we can call, I don't know what is called actually, but OKLCH code format. Okay, now what you can do, simply go to this site called oklsch.com, and then whichever color you want to use, you can select that color. For example, I want some kind of blue color, so we'll use this color, and this is the hex code for that one, and this is the color code in the form of OKLCH. So simply copy that and replace this over here, and then save it. Now once you change this, if I go back, you will see the color is changed now. But you can even select the color which you want. So for example, I want this color only, so I will copy this hex code and then just paste the hex code over here. Now copy this formatted code, and then I will replace it to this primary color. Okay, and once you replace, you will see the magic. So that's how easily you can change the color combinations. Now one last thing before moving to the next part is providing the layout padding. So for that one, we'll go to the layout.tsx file, and I will wrap this inside the div tag, this particular children, and then over here we'll say class name padding x to 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll give padding x to, let's say, 20. On last screen we can give padding x to 36, and let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. See, now it's time to add an authentication for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Google authentication. Now there are a lot of services that you can use for authentication, like Clerk or many others, but in this particular project we are going to use our own authentication implementation. So for that one, I'm going to use this GitHub package called React.auth/Google. It's very easy to integrate, and I'm going to show you the step by step. So very first thing that you need to install this npm package. So we'll copy this npm package, then go back to your application. I will close all of this tab and then open a terminal. Make sure to add a new terminal and simply paste this command. So I think we paste all of this. So I will go back over here and we'll copy only this one. Once it installed, it's ready to use. Now another step is you need to wrap your application inside this Google Auth provider by providing the client ID. Now we'll generate the client ID as well, but before that I'm going to open layout.tsx file and simply wrap it over here, something like this. and make sure to import this Google Auth provider as well. Okay, then save this one. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, you will not see any changes. Now simply go to the Google Cloud Console, and inside this Google Cloud Console you need to get the client ID for the authentication. Now if you are adding the authentication very first time, make sure to go to this auth consent screen and then create a new auth consent screen. Find this option. If I go to this API and services, that's where you will find this auth consent screen. But if you already have, simply go to the credential, create a new credential and click auth client ID. Okay, so I will create auth client ID, give the application name. Okay, so also select the application type, which is web application. Give the name. So here we'll say print on demand web app, and you can even add the origin, the redirect URL. Okay, it's completely optional, I think, but once you push this to a production, then make sure to add that. And then at the last, simply click create. Once you create, it will generate that client ID. And here we have this client ID and the client secret key. Right now we just need a client ID. So I will go to this .env file and simply I will add that. So here we'll say Google client ID is equal to and paste this key. Now copy this, save it, and simply we are going to use over here. So we'll say process .env dot Google client ID. Okay, and add exclamatory mark and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, make sure you don't have any error. I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console and make sure there is no error at all. Now the next step is you just need to add the Google login button like this. Okay, you also can add a one tap sign in or automatic sign in, and there are a lot of other options that you can find over here. Now easiest way to implement, simply go to this demo, how to fetch user and all. Inside this, make sure to select this authorization and select this implicit flow. Inside here, this is the easiest way to add this login, and you can even test this out. So I will copy this line of code, then we'll go back to our application where we have this header. And obviously on the click of sign in and sign up, we wanted to sign in with the Google. So I will paste the code which we copied. Make sure to import this use Google login, and you have to add this Axios because we are making an HTTP call by passing this token response. So that is very important. Now, if you don't have Axios library installed, simply I will add that using npm I Axios, and it will install this Axios library for us. Now obviously we need it throughout the project because we are making a lot of API calls. Once you add that, make sure to import it. Now what will happen once you click on Google login, it will generate the token response. Now from the token response, you need to pass the access token. So here we will pass this token response dot access token so that we will get the user information over here. And once we get the user information, we wanted to save to our db/strapi backend, and then we want to also share that throughout the application. Okay, so that we will learn it in a moment, but before that, let's test this out. So make sure to call this method on the click of this button. So we'll say on click and make Google login call. So over here, maybe we can write like this and then save it. Okay, now let's go back to our application. So right now we are getting error that this is on the client side, so we need to mark this component as a client. Okay, because this is on the client side, and now if you see, we don't have any error. Now if I click on this sign in and sign up button, boom, if you see, it's allowing me to open this sign in block, but currently it giving me error that access block and this app's request is invalid. That's because inside our Google Cloud Console, you need to add the authorized URL. So if I go to this print on demand web app, which we just created, here you need to add the URI. Okay, so our URI in this case is localhost 3000, something like this. And then simply save this one. Okay, once you save, we'll go back to our application, refresh this, and now log in. And boom, if you see, now I can able to see my all the accounts. Once I sign in successfully, we'll go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and boom, here you will see the data with the user email which I log in, the family name, given name, and all the information. How easy it is, right? So that's how you need to do it. Now if I refresh this screen again, right, see, nothing is happen right now. Now once you sign in successfully, we have to make sure we'll save this token response. So basically here we need to save that in local storage. So simply we'll say local storage dot set item, and inside that we'll say access token, comma, whatever the access token we have. So let me get that. Okay, so it's called token response. We can save it as a, we can save just the access token, that's also fine, or we can save it as a token response only. Now make sure this is in the JSON format, so you have to convert that into a string. Okay, and then save it. Now inside the use effect, so we'll add this use effect, and we need to get a token response. So over here we'll say if type of window is not equal to undefined, then we'll simply get the constant token response is equal to local storage dot get item, and then make sure to pass this token response to this. Now obviously this will get the string, we have to convert that into a JSON. So I will wrap this in a JSON parse, something like this. Now it might be a null, so over here we'll add an empty value as well, or let's keep like this, or maybe we can ignore this error and then save it. Now once we get the token response, so here we'll say if token response, then you can simply call this method as well. Maybe we can create a method to get user info, and here we say constant get user profile, the arrow function, and whatever we have over here we'll cut it from this one and then we'll paste it here. Let's make this as async, and inside this we just need to pass an access token. So we'll accept the access token, it is of type string, and then this get user profile we can call over here and pass the token response. Okay, so over here token response dot access token we need to pass. Same thing you have to do. So inside this we'll get the await get user profile, and then we'll say token response. You don't need to use await actually, that's fine, and then save. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will just go back to this browser, I will refresh the screen, and still nothing is happened. Now here make sure you are passing token response along with this access token, because we are saving the token response as an object, and inside that we have this access token. Now once you save this, we'll go back, we'll refresh the screen, and then you will see the magic. Here we have the user information. Now another important thing is if the token is expired, you have to log in it again. Okay, because with the current access token it will valid at for certain time. So make sure it will automatically allow us to log in as well. Now another important thing, that whatever the user data we are getting, we need to save in one state. So here we'll say user comma set user is equal to use state. Now over here we can provide a type. We'll say user is equal to, and inside that we'll say email is of type string. You can get all the whatever the data we want. For example, so it's saying email verified. So we have this email, we need a name and picture. So I will add that name of type string and then picture of type string. So these are the information we want. So I will pass this type as a user, and simply inside this get profile we'll set the user using this user info dot data and then save it. So that's how you can save the user information. Now whenever you load this particular component or header, we have to make sure that this information will pass across a different components, right? So for that one we are going to use a context. So I will go to this app folder, or maybe inside the root directory you can create a new folder called context, and inside this context folder we'll keep all the context that we are going to use. So we'll create user detail context.tsx file. Here simply add export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Now make sure this create context you are importing from the React. Inside this create context you can provide a type as a user. Now obviously we don't have we are not exported this user, so make sure to export this so that we can easily import inside this user, otherwise undefined. Okay, over here we'll say undefined and then save it. Now in order to share this user context throughout the application, you need to make sure you will wrap this user context, means all the app you need to add under this context provider. So we'll create a new file called provider.tsx. Inside this we'll add a default template. I will rename this to provider, and inside this provider I'm going to render these children. So we'll copy this as it is, then we'll go to the provider.tsx and simply paste. Okay, now inside that now I'm gonna render the children. The reason we created this provider because we can keep this provider on the client side, and then we'll keep this layout on the server side only, right? Now inside here we'll again add a provider, and then inside the provider pass these children. Now, obviously on the application side you will not see any changes. Now simply go to the provider.tsx, and inside this we'll define a constant user detail, I will say, comma set user detail is equal to use state as a default state. Okay, and you have to wrap these children inside the user detail context dot provider. Inside this you need to provide a default value for this provider, which is nothing but this user detail, and then close this tag, something like this, and then save it. Now over here you need to provide as a user, and you can pass it undefined as well. So obviously we are getting this error because we are saying that user detail does not exist of type user. So I will just ignore this error, okay, and then save it. Now once you save inside the header component, so let's go to the header.tsx. Inside here, when you get the user information, you have to set it to this user detail state, right? So first I will say constant user detail context comma set user detail, not context, we just need a user detail because that's what we set, right, the default state, and then we'll say user detail is equal to use context, and then provide the context name which is user detail context. Now make sure this user detail start with this curly braces. That is very important. And here it's saying that user detail does not exist on type user undefined. So what we can do, we can simply go to the provider and let's add undefined over here and undefined. I don't know why we are getting this error. So here let's make this as any because that's making little bit confusion, and now save it. And once you have this user detail, simply we are going to set the user detail as well using this user info dot data. Okay, now make sure you can wrap this inside the try catch block, and here if there is any error, we'll set the, or we can set the local storage. So we'll set local storage dot set item for this access token or token response with null. Okay, or maybe we can say just empty value and then save it. And whenever user don't have the user information, then we wanted to show this button, but if user has the information, then we are going to show a user profile icon. So here we'll say if user is not there, then show this button, otherwise we want to show an image, the source, and inside that we have the user dot picture. In alt tag I will give user dot name, the width will be let's say 50, height will be 50. Inside the class name I will make rounded corner full and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh screen, currently the session is expired. Now I will sign in again. Now after sign in, you might get this error. It's saying that this particular host name need to be configured. So simply copy this host name, go back to your project, and then inside this next.config.ts file, you need to add this URL host name. So we'll say images. Inside this, you need to add a domains, and under the domains, simply add this host name. It means we are just telling to this Next.js application, this is the whitelisted URL or host where you can enable or you don't unauthorize these particular images from this particular host. Now once you add that, simply go back to your application, reload your application because you have to manually reload, and then boom, if you see on the right hand side, now you will see the profile image because you are currently logging. Now I will just make some small update. So we'll go to the header, and instead of 50 I will make this 40 height and width. Okay, and once you save, we'll go back again, and now it's look much better. So that's how you need to add authentication. Now one last important thing, that we need to save it into our Strapi backend as well. Now in order to save the user information to our Strapi, simply go to the Strapi, go to the settings where we already have this API token, right? And we gave the name as a dev. Inside this, if I go to this user list, search for the endpoint called create, because we want to create a new record, and this is the endpoint for that one, right? Now what we can do, we'll go back to our application, and as you know that we are going to pass a bearer token to our HTTP call. So in order to avoid or exposing that API token, we'll create an API inside our Next.js application, and which will call this Strapi API. So we'll say API. Inside this, we'll create users API, and inside this again we'll create a route.tsx. Now this is an endpoint inside our Next.js application. Here we'll create export async function, and this will be the post request. The type is next request, and then inside here we'll get the user information. So we basically need a user, or we just say name, email, and picture is equal to await request dot Next.js because we are fetching from the body of the post request. After this, we'll simply add a try catch block. Inside the catch block, we'll simply return the next response.json with an error. And inside the try block, we want to make an HTTP call. Now we'll set up the API client. So inside the lib folder, because it was already there, currently it uses for these utils, but what we can do, we will add a new and we'll say Nextjs client.ts. Inside here, we'll simply add export constant Nextjs client is equal to Nextjs dot create, and then we'll add a base URL. Okay, now base URL will be the Strapi's URL. Okay, so in this case I will say localhost 1337, okay, /API, because that's where our API endpoint is here, right? Then we need to provide a header. That is very important. In authorization, we need to provide a bearer token. So here we say bearer, and then we need to pass a token. So that token will get it from the process dot environment dot and the name of the environment variable, which is a Strapi API token. So I will just copy that over here. Okay, and then save it. So that's how our Nextjs client is ready. Now whenever you want to make an API call to the Strapi endpoint, you can just simply call this Nextjs client. So now over here we'll say constant result is equal to await Nextjs client. If you see, it is importing from the lib Nextjs client dot post request, and then you need to provide, or you simply need to pass this API endpoint, which is /user list, because we already attached this API endpoint, right? So something like this. So we'll say /user list, and in the body we need to pass the information. Now it is very important to know how to pass the post request to the Strapi. So simply click the link in the description, which will navigate to the Strapi documentation. Inside this documentation, here you will see a different method to call to the Strapi endpoint. Now in this case, let's consider that we want to make an post API call. So on the click of that create document, you will see how to format the schema first. So inside the data, you need to add all your fields, okay, as straightforward, and then you need to pass it to the post request. So over here, what we'll do, I will add it as a constant data. Inside this data, you need to pass a name as name, email as email, and then picture as picture. But again, make sure the field inside your user list will match to the field. So if I go to this create new, if you see, in this case the name field is nothing but this full name. So make sure it's a full name, and then email picture is already correct. Once you have this data, simply instead of this one, I will pass this data something like this, okay, and then inside the console we'll get the result. Once you get the result, you can even return the result as well. So here we'll say result dot data, and that's how you can make an API call to the Strapi. Now this is the API inside our Next.js application, which you need to call from your application. So inside the header, as soon as you log in, right, you need to save this information. So inside this Google login, maybe I will create actually new method. We'll say constant save new user is equal to arrow function, something like this. Then this save new user, I think I might call inside this one. And obviously I'm going to pass this user information and data to this save new user, and here I will say user of type user. Then we'll say constant result is equal to await Nextjs dot post request. We'll say API slash users, because this is the API endpoint we are calling, and inside the post request we'll pass name as user dot name, email as user dot email, and then the last is picture as user dot picture. Then inside the console we'll say result dot data, and here I will make this as async. Perfect. And then save it. Now let's test this out. So I will go back to our application. Inside the inspect panel, if you see any error, you will find that error over here, and then refresh it. Now once you refresh, currently it's saying unauthorized, the user is not authorized, so I will sign in, and then boom, we have access token, we got the data, and inside this data you will see the ID with a 2, this information gets saved to our database. Okay, and then inside the user list you will see the user information. How cool it is, right? Now obviously if you refresh this again, right, again it will save the new record. And now if I refresh this, right, so I don't think it's saved, because maybe we may make this, okay, yeah, if you see it's saved, right? But we don't want this particular scenario to happen. Obviously whenever user refresh, come to our application, sign in, every time it will get saved. There are two ways to avoid this. Okay, right now I will delete this one. One, go to the content type builder, and here we have this email. Click on edit, go to the advanced setting, and say it's a unique field. Once you say this as a unique field, right, and then make sure to save this particular collection, whatever the changes you made, then next time whenever user try to add a new record, it will not save it and it will throw an error. Let me show you how. So if I refresh it, it's saying request failed status 400, Axios error that this particular user is already saved. Now if I go to this content type manager user list, you will not see the new record. So this is the another way that you can save the user information and avoid to save it as a duplicate one. Okay, or second thing, inside your route here, before saving the data, you can even check if user already exists, and depends on that one, you can even check before inserting the record. But it's up to you how you want to handle this particular scenario. Now let's implement the hero section for our application. If you see this mockup where we have this particular section, and we are going to create a hero component for that one, where on the right hand side we are going to show this image, and on the left side we are going to show this content. Now you can even implement this from the scratch, but we are going to use this hyper UI components, which is pre-built Tailwind CSS components, and it's very easy to use. You don't need to install any library for that one. Simply go to this hyperui.dev and then scroll down for the different components. Now in this particular hero section, we are going to use this banner component. Click on it, and if you see there are different options available. Now obviously you have to select the one which is matching to our mockup. So I think this one is perfectly matching to our components, where on the left hand side we have some information, on the right we have this image as well. You can even see that how it looks on the smaller screen, large screen, and on different screen as well. Okay, so simply go to this HTML, click JSX because we want JavaScript, or you can select the Typescript because anyway this is a just UI things, and then copy it. Once you copy, we'll create an hero component under this component folder, add the default template, and then paste the code which you copy. See, something like this, and then simply save it. Now on our home screen, after the header, we are going to add this hero section. Okay, now if I go back to our application, here you will see this hero page. Right now it's leaving so much space at the top, so simply inside the hero section we can change this. So we don't want this place content in the center, we'll remove that. And also we have to remove because it's leaving some padding. See, on the large it's leaving a lot of padding, and I don't want that much padding to leave, so you can just remove that. Also I will remove this one too, and perfect. See, now you can change this color to your primary color because it should match to our theme. Then we want to change this text as well, so we'll say create, customize and order. So we'll say create, customize and order. Perfect. So maybe we can put this customize over here and then an order. Then for the text I will just copy this, I will paste it here. You can change more content. Here we have start designing as a text. Okay, and here we'll say explore products as another button. And for this SVG, we don't want SVG because inside the public folder I already added this hero.png file which I wanted to show. So simply I'm going to add this image tag with a source. Here we'll say hero.png, alt tag as a hero, then width I will give 450 and height to 450. Perfect. Okay, so this is how it look like. Obviously we can add more description over here because this looks so empty. So let's go over here. So here I updated this. Okay, just updated this content description and little bit of this heading, and now it's much better. Okay, so that's how easy you can do it. If you think you can give more gap, so for example this is the one div and this is the another. Over here let me bring this down, and on the medium right we can give gap of 10, or we can increase this gap actually, let's say 28. I think this is better. Okay, so that's how easy it is that we updated our hero section. Now let's implement this category section. In order to display the list of category, first we need to add all the category which we want to display on the screen inside the Strapi admin panel. So let's go to the Strapi, and currently we don't have any category collection. So go to this content type builder. I will just refresh it. I think sometimes if it fails, make sure to refresh or restart it. Then here I will add a new collection type and I will name it as category. Now obviously it has API ID. Inside the advanced setting you can see all other options. Just simply say continue, and here you have option to add a field. So the first field will say name of the category. Then we'll add another field which is the media. Okay, now inside the media obviously we want to add an icon, so that's the reason I added this icon as well, and simply say finish. Obviously for now we just need these two important things, name and the icon, but if you want add more fields you can just add the more field as well, and simply click save. Once you save, it will restart your Strapi with the new changes. And then if I go back to this content manager, you will see the new category, new collection type called category. Now here you have option to add a category. Let's say t-shirt as a new category. Here you have option to upload the image as well. So I will add more assets. You can just select the assets. So I already have the list of icon which I want to add. So I will select all of them at once. So let's select this one, and for this one. Okay, so these 5 category I'm going to show. So I will open that, upload these 5 assets. So you can even upload all the assets at a time. And then for the t-shirt, I will select this one. So let's say finish. Okay, so I want to edit. Let's delete this one, not this one, not this one. Let me add one only, this one, and finish. And simply click save. Now obviously you have option to publish it. Currently it's in draft mode, but once you click publish, then it will actually ready on the API side as well. When you fetch it, you will get that. Now one more small change I wanted to do. If I go to this content type builder for the category, click on edit, and currently it's showing the multiple media. We don't want the multiple media, we just want a single media to upload. So make sure you will add this as a single media, and then restart the Strapi. It automatically do it for you, so you don't need to worry about it. And now I will just make sure we have this category. In the same way, I'm going to add all other categories as well. So for example, hoodies, I will select this one and finish, and I will say publish. Here now I added all of this category which I want to use. Next thing, make sure inside this setting API token, where we have this API right, go to this dev and make sure to enable this option, because we want to fetch it, right, find. Obviously we don't want delete or update, we just want to fetch it, not even create actually. And simply save this. Okay, I'll just make sure that. And now with this API endpoint, you will get all the list of category. Now go back to this VS Code. Inside this, we need to create API endpoint in order to fetch all the categories. So inside this app, under this API, we'll create a categories as a new API endpoint. Then we'll add a default template. So here we'll say export async function. As this is a get request, so we'll say get the request, and here we'll say next request. Inside this, we just want to fetch it, so I will add a try catch block. Inside this catch block, we'll say return next response dot JSON with an error. Inside the try, we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios client dot get, and the API endpoint for it is this categories. And that's all. Then inside the return, we'll say next response dot JSON result dot data. Okay, and that's how you'll get the data, and you can return it. Now obviously in order to display the category, we'll create a new component called category dot tsx. Then we'll add a default template. Make sure this particular component will add on a home screen. So under this page.jsx, I will add categories component. Go to the categories, make sure to fetch this category. So here we'll say get category list, the arrow function. Inside that, we'll say await Axios dot, make sure to input this Axios dot get slash API slash categories. As we are using await, so I will make this as async. And once we get the result, we'll just console it first. We'll see whether we are getting the result correctly or not. Now this particular method we need to call whenever we load this particular component. So we'll use this use effect, and use effect only execute once if I provide these square braces. Okay, otherwise it will execute infinite time. Now you want to execute this get category list whenever this component get load. So that's the reason I added this use effect and pass this empty array, so it will execute only once. Now let's save this one. Now make sure this particular category has a use effect, which is the React hook. So I will make this component on the client side. So we'll mark it as a use client. Okay. Now let's go back to our application. You go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and just reload your application. Now right now, if you see inside the data, we have the list of category which contain the document ID, which is very important, and then we have the name, the ID, published ad, created ad, and all the fields. But currently it don't have the media file, okay, means the image file or the image URL. Now in order to get that one, we'll go to this Nextjs client, these categories, and we have to add a question mark populate is equal to star. It means populate all the fields which contain inside that particular collection. Okay, now once you add this one and refresh the screen now, so right now it's saying end of JSON. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's inside the header we have this error, so we'll add an optional operator field. So maybe over here. So we added, if it's empty, then it will catch this. Oh, it still have this error. That's weird. Okay, after refresh, it gone actually. Okay, anyway, so we'll go to the data, and in this case, you will see now we have the field called icon, and inside the icon field, we have this URL. If I open this URL, obviously it is hosting an ImageKit. That's what we connected our cloud image service, right? And here we have this icon. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to fetch this category list. Now, once you have this category list, make sure to save in one state. So here we'll define a constant category list, comma set category list is equal to use state. Now, obviously I will define a type category is equal to, and here we want a name of the category which is of type string, and then we want the icon, it is of type string again. So basically inside the icon I will type any, because if you see this output inside the icon we have this URL, right? So maybe you can write something like this, URL of type string, and then attach this to this category. Now make sure it's a list. Along with this icon, I also want a document ID and also want ID. Now ID is of type number. Okay, so make sure that ID, this is the ID, and then the document ID. Once you have this type mentioned, make sure to save your result. So we'll say set category list result.data.data, because inside the data we have again this data object, and that's what we wanted. Okay, now next thing we want to display that. So inside the h2 tag we'll say categories, or we'll say popular categories. We'll make font bold, text 2XL. Now in order to map it, I will add a div first. Inside that we'll say category list dot map, we'll say category comma index is of type number and category is of type category, then the arrow function. Over here we'll simply add a div, and inside the div we want to show an image. So we'll provide a source with the category dot icon dot URL, then width I will say 50, height to 50, and alt tag as category dot name. For this div we'll say key as index and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh this. So right now if you see, we got an error that it's saying the host name ImageKit.io is not configured, as our image are getting from the ImageKit, right? So you have to make sure this particular host name is need to be configured under the next.config.ts file along with this Google, right? So I will add that. Once you add, make sure to manually reload your application, and then you will see all this category is rendering on the screen. How cool. Obviously here we need to add some styling. So instead of this 50, I will make this 120, and I will see how big it is. I think that's fine for now. Then we want a name of the category to display. So we'll say category dot name. Okay, and after this, for this div tag we want in the grid format, so we'll say grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. On medium screen size we'll say grid column 3, and on large we'll say grid column 4, extra large grid column 5. Perfect, something like this. I think it's too much, too big, but that's fine because we are going to add some padding to this one. So we'll add padding to 3. We'll add a border. We'll make this rounded to, let's say, large for now, and we'll make flex column item to be in the center. Perfect. Let's give some gap between these, so we'll say gap to 5. Also for this name of the category we'll say class name as text larger font medium. Perfect. I will just decrease this to, let's say, 80 because the size is too big. I think this is much better. Okay, now for this div I will give margin top to 5, so some space. Now then, if you see, this is how it will look like. Now whenever you hover on any of this particular category, we wanted to show some kind of highlighted border. So for this div, let's bring this down. Here we'll say hover, and then simply add a border color. So in this case I will add a primary. Now if I hover this one, you will see this border. Also whenever you hover, we'll say cursor pointer to this particular div. So if you see, the cursor get changed. And as you know that this is completely responsive. So even though if I change the screen size, you will see the next category coming down and so on. Okay, so that's how the category layout also changes, depends on the screen size. Now one last important thing, whenever you click on any of this category, we wanted to open the product list. Okay, so basically I will change this to a link tag, and here as well the link tag, and to this link tag we need to add hrefs. Now this link tag we are importing from the Next/link. It is optimized by the Next.js. It's a similar like an anchor tag inside the HTML. Over here you need to provide the category name, okay, or route to that particular category. So maybe there are a couple of options you can do it. Either for now I will put a hash. Okay, either you can navigate by the category name, or you can navigate by the document ID or by the category ID as well. Now it's time to display the product list on the screen, where we want to show the feature product on the home screen. In order to display all the products, obviously we need to add that to our Strapi admin panel so that we can easily fetch it with the help of API. And these are some information we want to add for each of the product, like title, description, pricing, the size. Now over here the size is applicable to t-shirts, hoodies, but not for a mug, okay, or not for the bags or poster. So in that case we need to add the different size component. For example, for poster we want to add 8 by 10 or something like this, right? So we have to add this. Then the long description, image, the design area, it means where at which place the design can be uploaded or can be put, right? So that design area, that is currently I'm not going to add immediately, but later on we can add that one. And then is feature. Now this is a boolean, so if it's a true, then it means this is a feature product and we wanted to show on the home screen. And for a poster or for the t-shirt size, right, we need to create the reusable components. So whenever we want, we can add it to our record. Okay, so in order to create this component, first we'll go back to this content manager, and inside this we'll create a components. Give the component name. Here we'll say t-shirt size. Then select the category name. Right now we don't have category, so we'll say size category. And you can select the any icons over here. Okay, so there are different icon. I don't know which one to select, but let's select anything, something like this, or not sure, and simply click continue. Once you create this component, we'll add the new field into that one. For example, for the size, here I will say small, medium, large, and XL. And this is enumeration field. It means you can pick one from the list and simply click finish. Once you done with this one, click save, and then it will restart your Strapi. How your components is ready. Now let's add a product collection type. So we'll click on this plus sign, we'll say product, then we'll say continue, and then start adding in all the field which we want. So here we'll say product title, then the small description, then what else we need, the pricing. So pricing can be a number, so this will be the number. It will be a decimal, it's not fixed. Okay, and then we'll say add another. Then we want the long description image. Let's add image as well. So here we'll say image, or we'll say poster, not poster but product image, I will call it as. You can have an option to add a multiple media as well. Okay, then we want to add the is featured, which is a boolean. Okay, so this one is the is featured. After that we want to add a component, and here you have dynamic component as well. So while editing you can pick the one which you want. So I will click on that one. Here we'll say size, add a component to the zone. We have the existing component, we'll select that and make sure to select this t-shirt size component. Okay, something like this, and then click finish. I think that's all we have. Okay, we left with the long description, so we'll add another field. I will keep this one, but I will select this long text and we'll say long description and say finish. Okay, so these are the some fields we added for the products. Now simply save this one, and then I will test this out. So I will go to this content manager where we have these products, right? Click on create new and give the title. Let's say you want to add first product like red, or we'll say red cotton unisex t-shirt. You can add some description. So we'll paste the description. The pricing here we'll say $14.99, which is in the dollar. We'll select the product image. So we'll add more assets. Click browse files. Now I already have some of the PNG images which is I'm using. I will share this all the assets with you so that you can access that. Click finish. Obviously we don't want all, so we just want a red one. Okay, so I just uploaded the red one. Then is featured, we'll say true. Now here you have, if you see, we have option to add a component size, and here we have this t-shirt size option. Okay, so obviously under that you have option to select any of this. How cool, right? And then you can add the long description as well. And after adding the description, simply click publish or save, and then your product is now live. See? Okay, so that's how guys you need to add the product with all this collection type. So it will be easy for you, and now going forward you just need to create a new entry. Okay, I added few more products into our products list. so that we can display the feature products on the home screen, and it's quite straightforward. So I will go to the setting first into the API tokens where we have this dev token, and make sure you will provide an access to this product list. Once you provide the access, click save it, and then your API endpoint is ready. Now, in order to see this API endpoint, just click on this setting gear icon, and here you will see this endpoint called /products. Now we'll go back to our VS Code. I will close all of this tab, and then we want to create a new component called products. Here we can rename this to popular products.tsx. Then add a default template and then save it. Make sure you will add that onto the home screen. So go to the page.tsx. Over here I will say popular products and then save it. Now we'll go back to our application, refresh the screen, and here you will see the component getting rendered called popular products. Now we need to create an API endpoint called products. Inside that we'll create a route.tsx file. Let's create an API endpoint async function, and here it will be a get request. Okay, so we'll say get request next request. Inside this we need to get the or we need to tell that okay, we just need a popular product. Okay, so for that one we'll pass a popular a query parameter. Okay, so in order to get that query parameter, so here we'll say search params is equal to await request.url. But as this is the get request, so basically we need to call something like new URL and then request.url. So now we can say is popular is equal to search params dot get, and we can pass a is popular as a parameter. Okay, now if is popular is equal to 1, for example, or maybe we can say it's a string, right? So we can get the request. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, then slash products. Now here make sure it's Axios client actually, because that's what we have. Then slash products. I will just verify that endpoint called products, that is correct, and make sure we want to fetch all the fields like images and components. So we'll pass populate is equal to star. Then once we get the result, we'll simply return the result. So we'll say next response dot json. We'll say result dot data dot data. Okay, so that's how you need to get the data. Over here else, right now I will just return, or obviously we can return everything, but we don't really want it, so we'll say next response dot json with an empty value. Okay, and then save it. So this is how you can make a get request to this popular product only. Now let's save this one and go to this popular products where we want to fetch it. So we'll say constant get popular products and the arrow function. Inside this we'll simply say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash products question mark is popular is equal to, we'll pass it 1 as a value. Okay, and then we'll get the result. So inside the result we'll say result dot data. Here make sure we'll pass it as async and then save it. Now make sure to call this method whenever the component get load. So inside the use effect we'll simply call this method called get popular products, and then save it. Now let's head back to this home screen. So right now obviously we are using use effect, so we need to make this particular component on the client side. And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here we have the object. So this is the category 1 I think, and this is the popular product. See, and we received 4 popular products. Now once you have this product list, just head back to our VS Code and make sure to save this product list. So here we'll say products list, we'll say product list comma set product list is equal to use state. Now make sure you will provide a type called product, and inside that we'll say title is of type string, then the price is of type number. I will just copy paste everything, all the product type now. So these are the type I added, okay. And then here I will say product, and it's array list, sorry, object list. So I added this empty object, or the empty array, and then over here we'll simply say set product list with the result dot data, as simple as that, and then save it. Now let's add a h2 tag. Here we'll say popular products, we'll change this size to 3XL. For this div we'll give margin top to 10, and then we'll add a div. Inside the div we need to iterate this product list, so we'll say product list dot map product comma index and the arrow function. Now you can mention the product type as well over here, and index is of type number. Now instead of just displaying or returning the product list component code over here, we can create a separate component for it so that we can reuse it. So we'll say product card dot tsx, add a default template, and then make sure to import this product card. Now inside the product card, make sure to accept some of the props. So I will define that props. So first prop is a product, and which is of type product. Now make sure if you want to use this product, just export it so that we can easily use it, okay. And for now I think that's all we needed, so I will just accept this product with this, and we'll provide this type as a props, okay. Let's save this one and make sure you can pass this product over here as product and save it. Now go to the product card, and now first thing we want to display the image. So we'll say source, over here we'll say product dot product image dot URL. That's where the product image as a URL, right? So over here I don't know how we can do this, but we need to get the first image only in order to display that. Then provide the alt tag with the product name I will provide, so product dot title I will say over here. Then the width you can mention to 100, height to 100, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this product list. Beautiful, right? Here you can change this to 150, little bit bigger. Then we want to show a name of the product, so we'll say product dot title. Over here we'll say font medium, text larger, something like this, okay. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to 5, we'll add a border, we'll make it rounded to let's say XL, and flex column item to be in the center, and then save it. So it will be in the center of the screen. See, now we want this product list in the form of grid. So for this div inside the popular product, give the class name, make it grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. First I think we have to mention it as a grid, then we'll say grid column 2. On the medium screen, we'll say grid column 3, and on larger screen, we'll say grid column 4. Oh, so over here, we'll say medium and then large. And the last, we need to give some gap, we'll say gap to 5. Now let's save this one, and this is how it looks like. See, okay. Now we need to mention the specific height to each of these. So inside the product card, we'll define a class name. We'll say height to 150 pixel, width to full, and then you can even mention the aspect ratio. That will be easy. So we'll say aspect ratio to square, and then we'll say object content. Okay, something like this. See, now everything in one line. How beautiful. Inside the popular products, over here we'll give margin top to 5, so some space, and to this one we'll provide a key as index, and here we have the popular products. Now whenever we hover on the popular products, similar like a category, we want to show the hover effect. So over here we'll say a border to be primary, and then cursor pointer, and then save it. Here as well, make sure to save that, something like this. See, so here is the quick thing that we need to update into our products collection under the Strapi. So basically we already added this product, but we need to mention which product belong to which category. That is very important, because when you click on any of this category, we want to populate all the products come under that particular category. So let's head back to this Strapi. I will go to the content type builder. Let's refresh it. Sometimes if you get error, make sure to refresh. And under this product, we need to add one new field. So just click on this add another field and click on this relation option. So what it will do, it will connect your current collection with other collection as well. So currently, if you see, we have this category collection and we want to connect to this product. So, and here you will see that what is the relation type, whether it's a one-to-one, one-to-many, or something like that. Now obviously, if I change this to category, obviously we want category, so it will say product has one category, that is correct one. Or you can mention products belong to many categories, or category has many products. So that is also the option that you can add. So one category has many products, okay, or you can add products has and belong to many categories. So I think this is the correct way that you can add it, and simply click finish. Then save this one. Now this relationship help us to add a category for each of the products, and let me show you how it now actually works. Then I will go back to this collection type, go to the products, and you can now edit any of the product. Over here you will see a new option called category, and you can just connect this category, whether it's a bags, hoodies. I don't know why that other category is not showing. So here if I say create collection, let me see, that's weird, because under the category we have all of this category which is published, and now if I go to the products, sometimes I don't know why it's not refreshing. Oh, it's, if you see, it's showing actually, we have to scroll it. Now for these particular products come under the t-shirt category, so I added this t-shirt and then say publish. Same thing you have to do for all other products as well. I will go to the other products, I will connect this to that particular category, see, and then say publish. So make sure to add this category type or field into your product collection. Also, to this category we are going to add one more field, and which is call it as a slug. Okay, so I don't think there is any field called slug, but you can add a unique identifier, something like this, and you can call it as a slug. Now attached field is a name, so you can attach to this name, and it you can have option to add it as a slug. Now the slug is very important in order to fetch the record and everything. Okay, but right now don't think too much, just add this field and later on you will get to know. Now once you add this, make sure to save this, and then I will go to this content manager. I will verify whether that slug is added or not. See, and here you will see this refresh button. It automatically generates the slug for you. Now for the t-shirt, if you see the slug is t-shirt, something like this. Okay, and then now on the click of any of the category, we want to navigate to this category product list page, where we are going to show all the products under that particular category. And this will be our route, which is slash category slash the product or category name. If it's a t-shirt, then it's t-shirt. If it's a hoodie, then it will be slash category slash hoodie. And then depends on this particular category name, which is nothing but the slug, right, which we added in the previous chapter. From that one, we are going to fetch all these products. So let's go back to our application, and inside this I'm going to, let's close this all tab for now, and we are going to create a new route under this app. So here I will add a routes folder, and inside this routes folder we create a new route called category. Now remember one thing, over here this particular category name change every time, and you cannot create a multiple route. This is not a feasible or the best way to do it. Obviously this need to be a dynamic, right? It should be a hoodie, it should be a tote bag, or it should be a mug, anything. So accordingly we have to dynamically pass the category route. So over here, in order to provide a dynamic route inside the Next.js, you have to add with this square braces, and then give the, here we say category name, or we can say category name, something like this. Okay, and enter, and then we'll say page.tsx file. Let's add default template. Here we'll say category products, and then save it. Now in order to get this particular category name, you just need to write the name, which is the category name. Okay, make sure it should match with this one, and is equal to use params. Now this use param is a React hook, okay, which will get the category name, okay. Now it's up to you whether you want to use it on the client side or server side. If you are going to create a different component, so let's go to this category folder. Under this we'll create a components folder, and inside this component folder we'll create a category, or we'll say product list, maybe that is a good way, product list.tsx file. Let's add a default template over here, and then we'll add the product list, something like this. Okay, now inside the product list we can use this category name. Make sure to use this use params. I will remove this hook from here, so we can keep this particular page on the server side, and then this product list will be on the client side, something like this. Right now I will just console this category name so that you can check in the console. So let's go back to our application, go to the inspect panel. Inside the console I will clean this one and just navigate to, let's say, slash category slash, let's say, t-shirt, and boom, if you see, you jump to this product list page, and inside the console you will see the t-shirt as a category name. How cool, right? Now here are the couple of things that we need to update. The first is, if you see this page don't have the header. Right now we need to add the header, and obviously there are a couple of ways that you can do it. You can directly import the header component inside the page.tsx, but remember we need the header throughout the application. So the best way to do it, simply go to your page.tsx. I will remove this header from here, okay, and then inside the provider you can add that header, or let's go to the layout.tsx, and here you can add it. It's up to you where you want to add. Maybe we can implement over here this particular header. Make sure to import this header component, save it, and boom, if you see, now we have this header. Now this header will be throughout the application, okay, because we added to this provider or root provider directly. Again, the next part is we want to display the category name. So I will go to our product list page. Inside here we are already getting the category name. In h2 tag we'll say category name. I will make font bold, text to Excel, and then save it. I think that's very small. Let's make it 5 Excel. Inside our actual category, I will add a class name. We'll make font, not font, we'll give margin top or margin Y to, let's say, 20. So some space. Perfect. Now this t-shirt is in the small case, so you can change this one. Now to display the first letter as the capital, right, you just need to add this category name as a char add to uppercase and then slice the first one so that remaining will be append to the first character. If you're getting this error, just ignore this. So we'll say ts ignore, something like this. And here make sure whenever the category name is there, then only you will display this particular component. Now if I go back and see the result, perfect. Below this I will add an p tag, and inside this we'll say customize the premium here we'll say category name for any, okay, well, here we can say customize the premium t-shirt for your occasion, we can say. Okay, so you can write any message which you want. Perfect. And here I will say class name text larger. Now next thing that we wanted to show a product list, so here I will add a div. Inside the div, depends on this category name, we wanted to show a product list. Obviously we need to fetch this product list. Okay, so we'll create a constant get product by category and then the arrow function. Over here we'll create a constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and we already have the products as a API endpoint, but to this API endpoint we'll pass a category with this category name. Okay, so this is very important. As we are using await, I will make this as async, and then for now I will just console the result to verify that we are getting this result. Now this get product by category we need to call inside the use effect only once. Okay, now let's go to the products API endpoint, and here obviously we already have this is popular, but we are not passing is popular. We want to deal with the category. So here we'll say a category, and I will add a condition else if category is, or just we can say if category is there, right, then we can simply add an API endpoint call to the Strapi. So we'll say get, so here we'll say products question mark populate is equal to star, but we only want to fetch the product which belong to this category. So if you go to the Strapi documentation, I will put the link in the description. Here under this REST API, where you will find a filters. This filter very important to fetch, depends on your matching condition. So for example, if you want to fetch a category with a slug name equal to, so if you see this is equal to, case sensitive, not equal to, and many other filter operator you will find on this Strapi, right? Now the best way, or for us the best way to use is an equal operator, right? So this one is the equal operator. And if you see our product has a category, so if I go to this one, and under this category then we have this name, category name, right? So let me show you the actual result. So if I go to the home page, and on the home page we are already fetching these products, right? And to this product, if you see we have this category and under the category depends on the slug name we want to fetch the product. Okay, so the way that you need to write is, here we'll add AND operator, we'll say filters, then a category, under that again we have the slug, and then dollar equal, which is the operator, is equal to the slug name, the category name. So we use it as a category, something like this. Okay, and once you get the result, you can just simply return the result using this next response.json. If you get any error, we can catch that error and we'll check and we'll update our logic over here. Okay, now let's go back to this product list. I will wrap this in a try catch block. Also, I will maintain one state called constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Now initially it will be false. When you start loading, so we'll set the loading as a true. Once we get the data, we'll set the loading as a false, and if there is any error, then we'll set the loading as a false, and then you can even show some error message or toast message. Now once you save, we'll head back to this. We'll go to the t-shirts. I think we forgot to add on-click method to each of this category. So what you need to do, simply we'll go to this component where we are showing this category, and we have this link. Currently we are adding just hash, so you need to navigate using this category slash and a name of the category. So in this case we'll say category slash slug, because slug is the identifier for us, and make sure inside this type you will add this slug. Okay, and then save it. Make sure to refresh this. Now if I go to the t-shirt, if you see, it jumped to the t-shirt, and right now this get API throw an error. It's saying 404 not found. It means the API endpoint is not exist. So let me go to the product list. Okay, see, this need to be an API slash products. Okay, and boom, if you see, we got the 2 result, and obviously we have the 4 products inside our Strapi. So if I go to the products, we have 5 products, and only 2 products is displaying on the screen. That's because for that particular category we only have 2 products, and that 2 product is displaying along with all the details. That's how you need to fetch the data from the Strapi. Depends on your condition. Okay, I hope you understand this one. Now once you have this information, let's save in a state. So we'll say constant product list comma set product list is equal to use state. Here I will add a product type, and then once you add it, simply set this set product list with the result dot data. Okay, now simply iterate this product list. So either you can use this product, I don't know whether we have the product list component. So over here we already have the popular product list component. So okay, let's ignore that one and let's create our own. So we'll simply add product list dot map. Here we'll say product of type product and index of type number, and then arrow function. Inside this I'm going to use a product card, because we already have. To this product card you just need to pass a product information and then save it, and boom, if you see, we got these 2 products, because right now we only have those 2 products. Over here make sure to add this grid, depends on the condition. So we'll say grid column 2, 3 for the medium. For large we'll say grid column 4. Also give gap to 5. Perfect, and this is how it will look like. Okay, you can leave some margin top. So for this we'll say margin top to 7. Also inside this product card I also want to add one more item, which is the button. So I already commented this code. Just add a button with the width to be full. I give the margin top to 2. Over here I will add something, some icon actually. So I will just go to this Lucid here, just search icon. So I will say palette icon I want to use. So we'll say palette for a customization, and boom. So this is how beautifully it look like. See, obviously currently we only have 2 products, so it might look you empty, but you can add more products so that it will be easy. You can add more details if you want, okay, to this particular card. So that's how guys you need to fetch the record. Now another important thing, when you refresh the screen, it takes some time, see, to load it. So in the meantime, what you can do, you can show some skeleton effect. So let's go to this product list. Here don't forget to add a key as an index, and then I will add a condition if product list, if product list, or this need to be a small, product list dot length is greater than 0, then show this product list, otherwise show the skeleton. Okay, so in order to show the skeleton, I will add a dummy array, something like this, and inside that you can show the skeleton. Now in order to add a skeleton, simply go to the shared CN components, and under this component you will find a skeleton component, this one. Okay, so it's very easy to use. Simply first make sure to install this particular component, and once you install, you can see this example how to use it. Okay, you can take a reference of the existing one. So let's copy this one, okay, and I will simply paste it here. Then I will also import this skeleton, something like this, and then save it. So over here we have error, it's saying possibly undefined. So go to the product list, and here I will add an empty array, something like this, or maybe I think we need to add if product list and so it will not throw any error. Now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, and if you see, first it show this skeleton effect, and then once the data is available, then it will show the actual result. So that's how you need to add the skeleton when you are fetching the data from the server. Now the next part is to view the product details. On the product detail screen, we want to show all the details related to the product, like product image, its price, the product description, the available size, and option to customize it. On the click of the customize, obviously user have option to upload the image, and there are a lot of things and lot of features that we are going to add to that customize option. Then the product description, and at the last we're going to show the popular product list. The component is already there, so we can reuse that one. Now we have to make sure this particular route will be product slash the product ID. Okay, so obviously the product ID nothing but the document ID or the ID which we have inside the Strapi. Okay, so it's quite straightforward. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab for now. And very first thing that we wanted to do is to create a new route under the routes. So make sure you are in the routes folder. You selected the route folder. Inside that we'll say product, and under the product we'll create product ID, as this is the dynamic route. So make sure you will create this folder, and then the page.tsx file. Then add a default template, and here we'll say product detail screen or product detail, and then save it. Now as we are going to keep this component on the client side, now we need to get the product ID. So we'll say product ID is equal to use params. So from the use params React hook, we will get the product ID, whichever product ID we pass. So for just for the testing purpose, we will write this product ID, something like this. We'll just console it, and then let's go to the product card components. So we have this component called product card. Now to this product card, we'll wrap this in a link, or maybe for this button, we'll wrap this in a link tag and href. Now make sure you will redirect this to a product, and then the document ID, which is inside the product dot document ID. Okay, so document ID is a unique identifier, and from this document ID we can easily fetch the product information to that for that particular specific record. Now once you save it, and then we'll go back to our application. Let me refresh this once, and then simply click customize, and once you customize, you will see this product now has this document ID which we pass. Okay, and then we have the product detail screen. Just quick thing, for this link I will say width to be full, so it will show the button with a full width. Okay, because we wrap it in a link tag now. Now once on this you are on this product link, you will get this document ID, and from this document ID you need to get a product information on this particular page. So for that one, we'll go to the API under the products route, and here we'll add one more parameter called product ID is equal to search param dot get, and then we'll get this query parameter product ID. Now over here we'll write else if condition, and we'll say product ID. If product ID is there, then we'll get the information using Nextjs client dot get slash product slash the product ID. Now in order to see how it actually works, you can simply go to this settings, go to the API token inside your dev, and where you have product. Now in this case you just need to find one, or you want to fetch only one record, so you have to pass the products and then slash ID, which is nothing but the document ID. So that's the reason I'm passing this product ID. Okay, once you pass, simply will return next response dot json, and inside the json we'll have result dot data dot data, as simple as that. Okay, and then save it. Now let's head back to this page.tsx, and here we need to get that product information. So we'll say get product by ID, and the arrow function inside this will say constant result await Nextjs dot get, then slash API slash products, then we need to pass product ID is equal to, and then we already have this product ID which we are getting from these use params. That product ID you need to pass. Let's make this as async, and then we'll console the result first. Here I will remove this console, and then make sure to call this use effect whenever the product ID is there. So what I will do, I will just pass this product ID. It means whenever the product ID is available, then you execute the use effect, and here we'll say if product ID is there, then only call this product get product by ID. Okay, now let's save this one, go back to your application. As we are already have this document ID, I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and boom, if you see, we have this product information. How easy it is, right? Now this product information don't have this images category or anything. It means you need to get the populate is equal to star. You need to pass this one. So what I will do, I will add AND operator with the populate is equal to star, and now you will get the information. Okay, so we have an error. That's weird. That's maybe because we something. Okay, so this need to be a question mark actually, because this is the first query parameter that we are passing, And now if you see, we have the proper response. Now as per this mockup, you just need to divide this screen into two parts. So over here I will add one div and then another div. This div will contain an image and then this div contain the info or detail. Okay, now first let's display the image because it's very straightforward. We are just showing the one image. Oh sorry, so we'll add an image tag. Let me bring this down. Here we'll pass, make sure you are importing from the Next.js, then the source, and then we have the, okay, so I think we forgot to save it. So let's save this first, the product information. So here we'll say product comma set product is equal to use state. The type is product obviously, and then close it. Over here we'll say set product with a result dot data. Let's define the loading state as well. And the initial value I'll pass it as false. When you are start fetching the product information, then we'll set the loading as true, and once it is finished loading, it will set the loading as false, and then save it. Now over here we already have this product information and we also set the product, so we'll get the product dot product image dot URL. Obviously here we need to get the first element actually, and inside the alt tag I will add a product dot title, so it's a product title. Let's bring this down and then save it. So right now we have an error that this particular product might be an undefined, so over here I will add an empty value, or we can even ignore this error, or let me do one thing, let me add a condition. So what we can do, we can add a skeleton effect. So here we'll say if product is there, then only show this image, otherwise we can show the skeleton. Then inside the skeleton I will add a class name, we'll say width to full, then we'll say height to let's say 300 pixel, and then save it. Now as we added this div, okay, one for the image and one for the detail, we need to divide this screen into two parts. So we'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, otherwise we'll say grid column 2, and we'll give gap to 10. For this div we'll add a flex item to be in the center and justify content in the center of the screen. Now make sure you will pass the width, let's say 400, and height to 400. Let's save this one and then we'll go back to our application. Over here if I refresh the screen, you will see the skeleton effect, and then you have the product image. Now let's give some margin, so we'll give margin Y to 20, so it will bring down something like this. Now on the right hand side, as I say, that we need to add the product information. So over here we'll say h2 tag, inside that we'll add a product dot title. To this product dot title we'll add a font bold, text is of let's say 3XL. Then we want to add a description, not description, but we'll add a pricing. So product dot pricing, font bold, text again 3XL, and it is in the dollar, so we'll say dollar, and for this div we'll add a margin Y, not margin Y, but we can give a flex column and gap to let's say 3, so some space, unevenly spaced. Okay, you can also add a space Y as well. Okay, then we want to add description, so for that one I will use p tag. Here we'll say product dot description, Over here we'll say text gray 500. Perfect. Okay. Obviously, for each of them you can even add a skeleton, but we can add a skeleton later on. Okay. After this, we want to add a size. Now we don't have this size value, but in the first one, if you see this underscore component, from this one you can get to know about the size and all. Later on, because we don't want to use this component, so I'm gonna update that particular field. Okay, but for now what we can do, we can add a div. Inside that we'll add a size. Here we'll keep as it is for now, but we need to add some sizes. So here we'll say small. Let me add s2 tag, or we can add a button simply. Inside this div we'll add a button, and here we'll say small, and to this button let's add a class name as outline. Not class name, but we need to add a variant as outline. Okay, and if I go over here, you will see this small, something like this. Same thing you have to add for medium, large, XL. Medium, large, and XL. So these three types of variant we added. See, for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll give gap to 3, and for this s2 we'll say text larger. Okay, perfect. Now next thing, after this we want to add button to add into the cart. So we'll say button component. To this button component we want to add a palette icon, and in that palette icon we'll say start design, or we'll say customize button. Perfect. You can give the button with a size as large. Also we are going to add one more button where you have option to add into the cart. So here we'll say add to cart, and then over here we'll say variant as outline. Perfect. Okay, you don't need to add this palette actually, just add to cart button. I think we forgot to save. Perfect. So that's how guys you need to add it. Now for this particular image you can add some kind of outline, not outline, the border I mean to say, and then you can make border rounded to 2XL. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. See, it gives us some good visual UI, right? Next, at the bottom we want to add a product description. So out of this div we'll add another div. Inside this we'll add a p tag, then we'll say product dot description, we'll say class name text gray 500. Actually we want that, so let me wrap in parent div, and we want outside of this particular grid. Over here we'll add margin top to 10, and also I'm gonna add s2 tag, we'll say product description. Here we'll say font bold, text larger. Perfect. And the last thing, that as I told you, we want to show a product or popular product, we can say popular products component, which will show the popular products. See how cool it is, right? So that's how guys you need to add the information. Now after adding this product list, make sure for this right side you will add the skeleton effect. So what you can do, simply go to your page, and to this page you can wrap this complete, or not this one, but let's wrap this complete div in another div. Something like this, and then you can add a condition. If product is there, then show this product, otherwise you have to show a skeleton effect. So I will add a div for that one. Now first I will add a skeleton. We will say class name with full height to, let's say, 20 pixel. Then we'll add another skeleton. We'll say height 50, and another one for a button, or here we'll say again 30, here we'll say 50 and 50. Now over here we'll add a flex, not flex, let's add a space y to 3, something like this. See, now you will see this beautiful effect. So that's how guys you need to add the loading skeleton effect. So it will, so you don't need to show a loading or indicator or dialog to show it. This skeleton effect will help you to show user that the content is currently loading. Now when user click on the customized design, right, we want to change this particular layout to a product customization studio, where user have option to upload the image or to generate the image with the help of AI, remove the background, upscale the image, and do the smart crop. And everything can be possible with just one tool, which is this ImageKit.io. ImageKit provide you an image and video API to transfer your image and video and optimize it perfectly. With the help of just changing in the URL, you can do a lot of different AI transformation with this ImageKit image API. For example, if you want to do the resize or smart cropping like this, just you have to change or update the URL, and within a second it will transform into a smart crop. Same thing, you can even expand your image with the help of the generative fill. You can upscale your image, or you can even remove the background by just entering the small tag to the URL. How easy it is, right? So that's what we are going to use in order to transform all the AI images or just a simple uploaded images, so that you can easily update or customize our product. So for that one, let's go back to our application. And inside this product component, we'll create underscore components folder. Inside this, we'll create image customize studio.tsx. Instead of this one, here we'll rename this to product customize studio. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now when user click on the customize button, right, so over here, then we have to show that particular component. So for that one, I will say constant enable customize studio comma set enable customize studio is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now it will be enabled on the click. So here we have this customize button. I will add on click method and simply will set this enable customize studio to true. Okay, now if I go back to this particular page, over here, maybe because we already have this image and a skeleton, so over here we'll say is or enable customize studio. If it's not there, then show this particular image, otherwise we want to show this product customize studio icon, as simple as that. Okay, and then save it. Let's test this out. So right now I will refresh the screen and click customize, and boom, if you see, this product customization studio component is getting rendered. Okay, at the same time we don't want to show this customize button. Okay, so basically we'll just hide this button. We'll add a condition, if not, enable customize studio, and then save it. If I customize, boom, if you see, now we only have add to cart button, and this add to cart button, obviously you want to change this variant to the normal one. So over here as well we'll add a condition, if not enable studio, then show outline, otherwise show default one. Boom. Okay, so this is very important. Now let's go to the customize studio, but before that make sure to pass a product information. So we'll say product as product, then go to the customize studio. Here define the prop type. So here we'll say props is equal to product as product, and then I will accept that as a product, and type is props. Now over here we need to define these images similar like this one I'm going to show. So I will copy this image, will display over here. I will import this image tag as well, and then save it. Now let's go back, click customize, and if you see, this image is still showing on the screen. Over here now we want to add a div tag, and we want to add 4 different options. One is to upload the image. So over here I will add a div. To this div we'll add upload button icon. Below that I will say upload image, and let's see how it looks. Obviously for this one we'll add a border. Let's convert this into a button, and let's see how it looks if I convert this into a button. And obviously I will put a variant as outline. Instead of this we'll make it flex column, and then we also need to provide a padding to 5. I don't think so this padding is working over here. So basically let's convert this into a div, so that will be easy. And here we'll make item to be in the center. Oh sorry, let's save this one. Perfect. Over here I think we need to add a border as well, make it rounded large, and this is how our upload images button section is ready. Same thing I'm gonna do for multiple times. First, second, we want to remove the background, so we'll say bg remove. Okay, so here I don't know which tag we should show, but we can show some icon. Then another one is for upscale. Now for upscale we have this one, this image upscale. So I will say image upscale, and if you want you can also add smart crop. For smart crop I'm gonna use this one, the crop icon, and there are more options that you can easily add from the image kit. So you can just go to the image kit, you can click the link in the description. In the documentation you will find all this image transformation kit. Okay, you can easily use this image transformation, and in the documentation you will find all the details. Obviously once we start implementing each feature you will get to know much better. Right now this is how it looks on the screen. So for this div I will add a flex gap to 5, and this is how it looks, and that's how we wanted actually. Give gap, then we'll give margin y to 5, so some space. Perfect. and you can bring everything in the center of the screen. Perfect. And whenever you hover on any of these option, you can simply want to show some kind of selection. So what you can do, you can select something like this, say all at a time. If you are using Windows, press Alt. If you are using an MacBook, make sure to select option and then select each section so that you can edit all at once. So on hover, you can add border, primary. Also I will make cursor pointer, see something like this. Also I'm gonna add background blue 50 only when user hover on it, something like this. See, that's look much better. Now it's time to add a canvas to our product so that you can easily upload the image, scale it, resize it, drag and drop at different places. Everything can be possible. Also, with the help of ImageKit, you can easily add some AI transformation to your image like background remove, upscale the image to improve your quality of the image, or even do the smart cropping. And there are other AI image transformation which you can add with the help of ImageKit. In order to add a canvas to our application, we are going to use a Fabric.js. Fabric.js is an open source canvas library which you can easily add it to your React application. If you want to know the detailed tutorial of the Fabric.js along with the ImageKit, you can see the link in the description, or you can just simply go to my channel and search for the Canva tutorial. It's a full stack application which we build completely from the scratch. Now, just go to the Fabric.js, and obviously there are big documentation here. You don't need to go in detail, but just for the example, go to the core concept, and here you will find the basic object which you can easily add to your Canva. Okay, but now in order to add a Canva, just type npm iFabric. You will jump onto this Fabric.js npm package, and that's where we need to get started. First thing first, we need to import or install this npm fabric. So I will go to the terminal inside our VS Code project, simply install this fabric. Once it is installed, let me close all of this tab for now, and then go to your product customize studio. That's where we are defining our product, right? This is our image. Now over here we need to define a canvas reference. So we'll define a canvas reference is equal to use reference, and I will put a type any, and initially it will be null. Now make sure you are using the use reference. So I will make this component on the client side. Now we have to add a canvas on the top of this image. So I will simply wrap this image inside the div tag, and then over here I will simply define a canvas. Now this is a simple canvas. This is the HTML canvas that we added. Now to this canvas, let's provide an ID. So we'll say canvas, then the reference that we just defined, which is canvas reference, and then you can even provide a class name that we'll provide in a moment. Now once you define this canvas, I will also define a canvas instance, set canvas instance is equal to use state. Now again I will put a type any over here, and after this let's put empty value as a null. Now inside the use effect we need to initialize our canvas. So I added this use effect. Here we'll check if canvas.reference.current is defined, means if canvas.current is mounted on a front end side, then simply we'll say constant init canvas, because we want to initialize. Here we'll say new canvas, and make sure you are importing this canvas from the fabric. Okay, once you add this, we'll say canvas reference dot current. Actually we are assigning our canvas reference to this particular Fabric.js. Okay, so whatever the fabric.js property available to the canvas, it will applicable. Then we provide a width, let's say 200. Then the height of this canvas, let's say 200 again, and the background color for now I will give a white color. Okay, later on we want to change it to a transparent, but for the testing purpose we need to know whether the canvas is actually rendering or not. Over here we'll say init canvas dot render all, because we want to render that canvas, and also make sure to set the instance of the canvas. So here we'll set this initial canvas so that you can use it throughout the component. Once you set this canvas, once you want to dispose this, you can even dispose this canvas using init canvas dot dispose. Okay, and then save it. Over here I will add black color instead of white. Now let's go back to our application. Let's refresh the screen. Now here we will say customize, and boom, if you see, we have this canvas showing on the screen. Obviously it's coming below this image, but we want to put it on the top of this particular image. So simply I will go to this canvas and will say absolute. Then you can mention top 0, left to 0, and then okay, no, actually we'll say top to let's say top 0, left 0 only, and give the z index to 10. This is very important. Okay, now once you add, you have to refresh it because canvas cannot reload automatically, so it's still showing at the bottom. Then to this particular div we can set the some specific height and width as well. And then if I go back, say customize, let me refresh this once. So it's still showing at the bottom. Let me put this at the top. Okay, and then we'll say customize, and if you see, it's coming on the top of this particular image. Now simply provide some top to 20. Okay, and here we have this canvas. Beautiful, right? Now obviously you have option to change this canvas size. So over here we'll add 180, here as well we'll say 180, and then just refresh this, and then if you click customize, then you have beautiful option. Now our canvas is ready. Okay, so that's how you have to define this canvas. Now another important thing, obviously we don't want the background color over here, right? So you can simply mention as a transparent. So here we'll say transparent. So on transparent you will not see anything, but canvas is here. But in order to display some kind of border, we can add some kind of border to it. So we'll say border rounded to 2xl, and I will say border dashed, say something like this. So obviously you will get to know, okay, this is the area where you can add your custom image. Okay, now the next thing, obviously once user say customize, right, we want to add some default image where user can play around, and then user have option to upload their own image as well. So to do that, simply I'm going to create a new method called constant upload default image. I will say add default image to canvas, and the arrow function. To this one we'll say constant canvas image reference is equal to await fabric image. Now fabric provide a fabric image as a method through which you can add your own image. Okay, now to insert this from URL, you have to just provide your own. Now I already added one image to the ImageKit. Okay, so this is the logo that I'm gonna use as a default image. So just copy that URL, simply paste it here. Okay, and here I will make this as a async. Save this one, and once you add this canvas image reference, you have to make sure you will add it to the canvas. So over here we'll say canvas, or we'll say canvas instance, because that's what we gave, right, dot add, and inside this we'll say canvas reference, and then you have to render this new canvas. So we'll say canvas instance dot render all. Now this particular method we need to call once the canvas instance is ready. So we'll say use effect. This use effect will get execute whenever the canvas instance is ready, and here we'll say if canvas instance is ready, then call this add default image to canvas. Now let's save this one. We'll go back to our application again and then refresh the screen, and then if I say customize, boom, if you see we have this beautiful image. Now obviously this image is quite bigger, right, and we need to scale it. So over here I will just say before this add we need to scale this image, so we'll say canvas reference dot scale to x, we'll say 0.1, and same thing canvas image reference dot scale y to 0.1, and then save it. Now let's refresh it again, customize it, and boom, if you see now obviously you have option to increase the size, change the layout and everything. See, so that's how easily you can play around it. But obviously if you try to go beyond this canvas, it will not allow me and it will cut the your image. Okay, so you have to make sure you have to make sure that user will only add this canvas the image inside this particular canvas border. Okay, so this is the first step that you are able to successfully add this particular default image to your canvas. Now let's understand how to upload your own image on this canvas so that you can do a custom print. So very first thing, when user click on this upload image, we want to open a file explorer where user can select any image from his local machine, and then we need to upload it to the ImageKit. Now it is very important to upload to the ImageKit because we want to add some AI transformation like remove the background, upscale the image, adding the smart crop and many others. And that's the reason we need to have this uploaded image on the ImageKit. And once we have this ImageKit, image is uploaded to ImageKit, then you can add all the transformation. But obviously as soon as the image is added to the ImageKit, then we can display that image on this particular canvas, as simple as it. Okay, so first thing first, we need to install this ImageKit. Now simply go to the link in the description and you will jump onto this ImageKit npm package, then go to your VS Code and inside the terminal I will install this ImageKit. Once the ImageKit is installed, you need to set up this ImageKit. Okay, so if you see, this is how you need to set up. You need to add a public, private and URL endpoint. So I will copy this example as it is, then I will go to the lib folder. Inside this lib folder we'll create an ImageKit client dot or ImageKit dot ImageKit instance, I will say .ts. Over here make sure to add it. I will say export constant ImageKit. Make sure to import this ImageKit, and then you need to add the public key and the private key. So inside your .env file I will create next, or maybe we can just add ImageKit private key is equal to, then ImageKit public key is equal to, and then ImageKit URL endpoint is equal to. So this key three things we need to add it. So simply go to the ImageKit dashboard. On the dashboard, if you scroll down, you will find this developer option. Click on it, and here we have the URL endpoint, public key and the private key. So copy one by one. Then we want a public key, so we'll copy this public key as well. And then we want private key, so make sure to enter the password so that it will be visible and you can use it. Perfect. So once you add that, it's ready to use, and inside the ImageKit you will find all of the all the different methods for a transformation, image upload, and many others. Now for the image upload, if you see, we have this file upload document inside the documentation. Just you have to call this ImageKit.upload, then you have to pass the file, whichever file you are selected, and then some extra properties. Okay, so before that, let's go back, let's save this one, save this instance so that you can use it, but make sure we'll add this process.env dot, first is a public key, then process.env dot private key, and then last endpoint. And then save it. Now inside the product customized studio, when user click on this upload image, we want to make sure to select that particular or we want to open the file explorer, right? So here I will add an input of type file. Okay, now for this one I will provide an ID and we can call it as a upload image, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this choose file option where if I select or click on this, it's opening the file explorer, but we want to open this file explorer on the click of this upload image. So what you need to do, you need to wrap this div inside a label. To this label, add HTML for, and then you need to pass this ID. Okay, once you add this, now if I click on this upload image, still it opens now. How cool it is, right? But we have to make sure we don't want this choose file, so I will add a class name and I will just simply hide this. See, now if I click on upload image, you can easily upload any image which you want. Now as soon as you upload the image, we have to make sure you'll upload that image to the image kit. So over here I will say constant on handle image upload. Now obviously for this one we want to pass an event. The event type we need to mention, which is React dot change event, dot change event, and here we'll say HTML input element, something like this. And then once you have that, first thing we need to get file, then upload to image kit, and then show to canvas. So in order to get the file, first we'll say constant file is equal to event dot target dot files, and obviously we need to get a first element, so we'll say 0th element, and then save it. Once you have this file, you can just use it to upload it. So we'll say constant upload image reference is equal to await image kit. Now this image kit, make sure is importing from this image kit instance dot, here we need to say image kit only. Yep, that's correct. Dot upload, and inside this upload you need to provide the file. Now for the file, we already have this file, that file we need to add. For the file name, you can add file dot name, then is published, say true, and here we'll say use unique file name to false. Okay, it's not necessary, it's completely optional. Here I will make this as async. Now we have an URL, it's saying the file might be an undefined, so we can add a condition. If file is there, then only execute this. Okay, so and then here we'll get the console.log upload image reference .url. So over here I will just ignore this error and make sure this on handle image upload you will attach to this particular input. So over here we say on change and then call this on handle image upload. Now obviously currently we are just consoling the result, okay, so we are not doing anything, but we have to make sure our image getting uploaded. So now I will go to this upload image, I will select this image, click open. Now go to the inspect panel, we'll go to the console, and boom, if I open this image, you will see this image is getting uploaded, and that is our URL. Beautiful, right? Now once the image is uploaded, now it's time to show it on the canvas. So in order to show on the canvas, you just need to say if, I will say constant uploaded image URL is equal to and this URL. And here I will just ignore this one, we don't want this console anymore, okay. Then we'll add a condition, if uploaded image URL is present, then we'll say constant canvas image reference is equal to await fabric image, because we already use same way that we have to use, and then we have to pass this particular upload image URL. Once you pass, I will just set same property, or you can simply even call this method, that will be easy actually, okay. So, or let's set this everything again, that's also fine, it's not big deal, and then save it. Now let's try this out. So I will upload this mug, and I don't think so anything happened. So let me refresh and try this out, but make sure everything is correct. I will just console this upload image URL, okay, and then save this one. So now refresh the screen, go to the customize, select upload image, we'll upload this mug, click open, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful image uploaded, and now you can easily drag drop anywhere wherever you want. How easy it is, right? So that's how you have to do it. Now make sure you will delete this particular one, okay. Now we need to make sure that only one image user can upload at a time. So to do this, we have to make sure when you upload the image, we'll say canvas instance dot clear, and then we'll say canvas instance dot render all. So basically we made sure that canvas will be empty, and then only new images will get uploaded and old image will automatically get deleted. Now if I try to upload something different, let's upload this image, click upload, and boom, now here we have this image uploaded. Cool, right? So that's how easy it is, guys. Make sure your image is uploaded to the ImageKit, then only you can add all of this AI transformation. Now it's time to add an AI transformation with the help of ImageKit to our each of the custom uploaded image. In that one, as you already know, we already have this background removal, upscale, smart crop, shadow, and you can add many more. Now let's understand how it actually works. Now we are already uploading the image to the ImageKit cloud, right? So we have this URL called imagekit.io, and then your path of that particular image. It's a complete URL. If I open this URL, you will see this image. And then we need to pass the transformation over here. If you see over here, we have different transformation which we pass, and each of will give you the different result. Now click the link in the description for the ImageKit documentation, where you will directly jump onto this AI transformation doc, and it explains each detail. Now inside this AI transformation, you will see that if you want to remove the background, this is how the tr is equal to, and then the tag to remove that particular background. And here you will find all the details, how much each of this transformation will cost in the form of credits. So most of them are free, some of them have small charges, and it's very easy to do it. Also, if you want to do the background removal, how to do it, and there are all the example you will find on this particular documentation. But let's go back to our eraser doc and let me explain you one by one. Let's consider this particular path is your actual image, right? Now you want to remove the background of this image, so you will pass and tr stand for the transform, okay, is equal to ebg remove. It means e background remove, and then it will give you the result like this immediately. How cool, right? Then if you want to upscale the image, want to improve the quality of the image, then you have to provide comma e upscale. Now along with the background remove, it will also upscale your image, and then if you want to add some shadow, then you can add again e dot dash shadow, okay, and so along with that you can add the shadow as well. Not only that, but if you don't want to remove background and then just want to upscale it, you can just pass e upscale as a query parameter to this particular transform, and then you will get the result as expected. Okay, now let's quickly check this example. So what I will do, I will remove the background. Okay, so I will copy this background, remove. This is our image. I will paste this image and then click enter, and boom, if you see, it immediately remove the background for us. Not only that, but if you want to add a shadow to it, so which is that e dash shadow, so I'll add e dash shadow, and then it will add shadow, and here is the result that it added the shadow to our background remove. Okay, as simple as that. And that's what we are going to add it to our application. No any complicated logic, just with the help of ImageKit. It's very straightforward to add an AI transformation to your images. Now currently we are displaying this each of these option one by one, but we are going to move this to as a list, okay, and then we are going to iterate it over here. So I'm going to define constant AI transform options, and inside this we'll say name background bg remove. Then I'll provide the icon, the same icon that I wanted to add over here, so which is this image of. Then we want to add an ImageKit transform is equal to colon, and then which stand for this particular transform, so which is e dash bg remove. Let me directly add it over here, so e bg remove. Okay, and that's how you need to add it. And same thing we have to do it for all other options. So I will copy paste, I will pause the video, and I will update it. Now once you add this, simply I will remove this all of this option from here, and then we are going to iterate it. So basically let's add a div, and inside this we'll simply say even though we don't need this div, and then we'll say AI transformation option dot map item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this is how we want it to show, so I will add that. For this div we'll add a key as an index. Now instead of this icon, I will provide item dot icon, whichever icon we have, and then inside the heading tag I'm gonna simply display item dot name. Okay, now we don't need this option because now we are iterating, right? And then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will not see any changes, but just you will see this option. Okay, just we are replaced with that dynamic values. Now whenever user click on any of this option, right, we have to make sure that particular transformation is applied to this particular image or whatever the uploaded image, right? So for that one we'll create a new method called constant on apply transformation, we'll say AI transformation, and over here we'll get an item value or transformation value. Right now I'll put a type any, and first thing we need to check whether this particular this transformation is attached or not, okay, and tr, so that need to be very important. So we have this URL, so uploaded image URL, so I don't know whether it is. So what we need to do, whatever the uploaded image URL we have, we need to save in one state, uploaded image URL, or just we'll say uploaded image set uploaded image is equal to use state, which is of type string, and if uploaded image URL is there, we'll set the uploaded image URL with this uploaded image URL, and obviously make sure, I think that's all we needed for now. And here we'll say if, so over here we'll say uploaded image dot includes and tr, okay, which is stand for transformation, so this one, right? Then we'll simply need to add that particular transformation, and here as well I will say one more parameter called add, okay, and which is of type boolean. So what it will do, it will say whether you want to add or not, okay, you will get to know later on, but for now here we'll say and add a cell. Oh, so if it's add, right, then only we need to append the new transformation. So we'll say uploaded, or we can say constant new URL is equal to uploaded image plus and that transformation. So whatever the transformation we have, that transformation you need to attach, okay, and you can give comma at the last. And this new URL you need to update now, so we'll say set uploaded image with this uploaded or a new URL, something like this, okay. Else, now in the else condition, if this tr is not there, okay, then again I will do the same thing, but in this case first I need to append that and tr is equal to and then this transformation, okay, and then save it. Now now after this we need to call this method called on apply AI transformation. In that one we need to pass a transformation which is item dot ImageKit transformation, comma, and whether this transformation is already applied or not, and for that one we create a method to verify or to check whether is transformation applied, okay. Now this method will take an item, or we can say transformation, and it will just return true and false. So over here we'll say if uploaded image dot includes transformation, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false, and this method we need to call over here. Over here we'll also pass the transformation, okay, so it will return true or false, and depends on that one it will pass that particular value. Now over here make sure, I think we made some mistake, we need to move this uploaded image on this. Now once the URL is updated, right, we have to make sure it will also add it to the canvas, right. So we already have this method called add default image to canvas. We can reuse this method, okay. So what we can do, I added this new image URL, okay, for testing purpose. So what I will do, I will just cut it from here, I will add it at the top, we'll say default image, and as a default image, I will also pass it to this uploaded image, something like this. Okay, then over here I will pass it as an uploaded image only. Now whenever the uploaded image change, right, we'll call this method add default image to canvas. Right now if I save this one and refresh the screen, and we'll verify is everything working as expected. See, perfect, right? Now I will use this particular image to see how it works. So I will copy this image for the transformation purpose, because this image has a background, and so that we can remove the background, right? And if I go over here, refresh the screen again, customize it, and now we have this particular image. Beautiful. Now along with that one, we also need to make sure that, so over here we need to add a dynamic condition. So I will wrap this with this tag, and we can write a condition if inside the dollar we'll say if uploaded image dot includes item dot ImageKit transform. If that is a true, then we can add a border primary. Okay, otherwise none. As simple as that. And what else we need to do? When the transformation is false, it means in this particular method when it's false, right? So that time I think here we need to add else if add. Basically I will undo everything and we'll add this condition above. If it's add, then execute this. Else if it's remove, then we just need to remove that particular string. Okay, so we'll just replace that particular string. So I will copy this over here, and instead of this one we'll say replace that transformation, oh sorry, yeah, I think that's correct, the transformation with an empty string. Okay, and then we have uploaded image URL. So because we don't want that particular transformation, so that simply remove that. Perfect. And if I refresh the screen, let's take this out. So if I remove the, okay, let's increase this size. If I click on this background remove, so nothing is happening right now. We'll go to the inspect panel, we'll check is there any issue. Oh, it's weird, it's not happening anything. Okay, that's because inside this AI transformation applied, we are passing it as a true, but we have to pass it the opposite one. So we'll say if that is include, pass it as a false, otherwise pass as a true. Okay, and then save it. So also we have to make sure on when you update this transformation, right, you have to remove the old one. So over here we already have this old one, so I will just make sure to remove that first if there is anything. Okay, and let me refresh this now. We'll say customize. Now if I increase this size, we'll say background remove. Boom, if you see, it's removed this background. How cool, right? Now same thing, if you want to add a drop shadow, you can even add that drop shadow as well. And now here is the drop shadow. Okay, so that's how easily you can change it. If you want to remove background remove, you can just remove that. You can apply again. You can even upscale that particular image. Now upscale will give you the better quality. Okay, and then you can even add a shadow to that. See how easy it is. And within a just click, you can even update your image instantly. Now when user click on add to cart after designing the his product, then we want to save this cart information to the database as well. Obviously on the click of this cart icon, we're gonna redirect user to the checkout or cart page where he can see all the details. But before that, we have to make sure on the click of add to cart, we wanted to show the number of item in the cart, and then we want to save that to our database. So go to the Strapi, and inside the Strapi we need to create a new collection type called cart. Inside this we need to add some field. So here we'll add one email for the user email, okay, who added this one. Then we want to connect this to a product. So over here I will select the product, and then we can say the card belong to many products, or product has many cards. Let's add this card has belong to many products, or we can say card has many products. I think this is also good. I'm a little bit confused which relationship we should we use, or if you're confused you can select this one, so it doesn't matter. Then here you can add a new text for design, and we'll say finish. And for now I think that's all we needed, and simply we are going to save this. Now inside this cart collection we are just adding a cart, whatever the item user added to the cart depends on the user email. Now simply we have to make sure this cart API is enabled, so we'll go to this API token, and then for a cart I will select this all and then save it. Now in order to create a new record, if you see we have this create, and this is the API request called /cards. Now let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab, and then inside on the click of add to cart, so over here we have this add to cart button. On the click of this add to cart we need to make an API call. So over here we'll create on click, and then we'll say add to cart. Now let's define this method add to cart, something like this, and then save it. Now before making or writing an API call for this one, we have to make sure whenever you add item to the cart it will update the number over here, okay. So for that one, in order to maintain that, we need to use a context. So simply we are going to create a context inside this context folder, and we'll call it as a cart context.tsx file. Let's add a default template and then save it, okay. Now okay, so it's not default template here, this is a context, so we need to write export constant cart context is equal to create context and null. Now make sure this create context you are importing from the React, okay, and then save it. Now under this provider.tsx, make sure to wrap your application under this cart context.provider. Something like this, and then you need to provide a default value to this one. So I will define a constant default value, cart comma set cart is equal to use state, okay. Now obviously for this cart we need to define a type as well, okay, and whenever you load this particular page we need to make sure that you will make an API call to this cart API to get the data if there is any item inside this cart, okay. So that is important. So this is the API endpoint for that one. So what we will do over here, we'll say get cart list, okay. Before that obviously we need to mention the API endpoint for this one. So we'll create a cart. Inside this we'll create a route.tsx file. Let's add export async function get request, here next request, and then we'll simply add a try catch block. In the catch block we'll say next response dot json with an error. If inside the try we need to write constant result is equal to await Axios client dot get slash cart. So okay, it's a carts with S. Okay, and obviously we want to fetch all the cards, so that's the reason we write like this. And then inside the result we'll say result dot data I believe. In the return we'll say next response dot JSON, and with the result dot data. Now make sure you need to pass a user email, and you have to filter that out, because if I go to the cart, right, inside the create new entry, this is the user email, because we want to fetch only cart belong to that particular user. So over here we'll add filters, then user email $equal, and then you need to add user email. Now you can get this user email directly on the server side using constant user is equal to await use client. Not use client, I think we need to pass the user email to this get request. So here we'll say constant search params is equal to new URL, and here we'll say request dot URL. Then we'll say constant email is equal to search param dot get email, and this email we need to pass. Okay, let's save this one. Now let's go to this provider.tsx file, and inside this we need to call this method. So we'll say constant. So over here we cannot directly get this cart list because we don't have the user detail inside the provider, but anyway, so we can pass this cart to set cart, and then inside the header we'll call this method, because inside the header we have the user detail information. So here I'm gonna create a new method called constant get cart list. We'll say constant result is equal to await Nextjs dot get slash cart, slash API slash cart, then slash, not slash, the email is equal to, and then user dot email. Now here we are using await. Let's make this as async, and then once we get the data we'll say result dot data. Now obviously whichever result we are getting, we need to save it to our context, right? So over here I will define a context. So we'll say constant cart comma set cart is equal to use context, and we'll say cart context, and then we'll set the cart with this result. As simple as that. Now this get cart list you need to call whenever you have the user information. So basically here I will add a use effect, and we'll execute this use effect whenever we have the user information. So here we'll say if user is there, then only call this get cart list method, and then save it. Okay, now here obviously we console it, so that's fine. Let's go back to our application. We'll go to the inspect panel. Inside the console I will refresh the screen, and I don't think so. On line header 102, if I go to this 102, we don't have any data because our cart don't have any record currently, right? And that's why it's written empty. So it's working perfectly fine. Now it's time to add item to the cart. Okay, so go to the product page. Okay, and here we have add to cart. Now make sure you will fetch the constant or use this context called cart set cart is equal to use context, and then cart context, so that we can set the value. So over here on the click of add cart, we'll set the cart. We have to make sure the previous value is there. So we'll say dot 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 previous value comma, and then we need to add same information or the same structure like this. Okay, so over here we have user email, product, and design. So design, for the design we need to pass a design URL. For product I will just check products Here we need to pass whichever product user click. So that is nothing but this product information which we have, and then email, or it's called user email. And for the user email we are going to use user, we need to get the user information. So from the header we'll copy this context in order to get the user detail. Oh sorry, I think I did not copy that correctly. And make sure to import this user detail context, and from this user detail you can get the user email. Okay, here I will provide a type any for now and then save it. So that's how you need to save the item into the cart. Now onto the header, obviously we have this cart information, and along with the cart icon you can even show the cart count. Okay, so here we'll say cart dot length and then save it. If it's there, that's fine, otherwise show it as a 0. If I go back to our application, here you will see this cart item. Now for the design I will just wrap this in a div. I will add a class name, flex gap to 2, and then for this one we'll add a class name, padding to 1, background gray. Padding x to 2, rounded to XL, perfect. And if you see, now we have this item. Make sure we'll pass it as an item to be in the center. Perfect. Now when you customize anything and click on add to cart, so right now we have got an error, it's saying previous is not iterable. That's because inside the provider for the cart, make sure to add it as an empty array. And if I click add to cart, okay, still we have this error, it's saying previous is not iterable. That interesting. So let's go over here. So we have an error. Now once you add this set card, and if I click on add to cart, if you see, this value is now changed. If I click again it will change. So that's how you need to update this card. But we have to make sure you will also update this to our database. Okay, so here we'll say save to database as well. Now next thing, we need to get this design URL, right? So currently when you customize your information or customize your URL, you have to make sure that you will pass it to this particular component from the product studio component. So over here I'm gonna simply pass this. So whenever this upload image change, I'm gonna set that value. So maybe we can use this use effect, and we'll say set design URL to upload image, and this set design URL I'm going to pass back. Make sure you will define this type, and then inside this component you will get that. So this contain a URL of the design. Let's save this in a state. And it is of type string. Now if you scroll down here, you have to set this design URL to the URL that we are getting. Make sure the URL type is string, mention that, and now you can use this design URL and then save it. And let's test this out. So actually we did not pasted this, but here I will just use this design URL, okay, inside the console log, so you'll get to know. So if I go to the console, say customize this, click and add to cart. Okay, so it's just printing line number 23. I don't know why. Okay, I think we did not save this one. Now let's save this and click add to cart, and if you see, this is the image that we are getting. Perfect. Now once you get that one, now it's time to save to our database. So let's go to the cart API route. So here we'll say export async function, and this will be the post request, and then next request. Now from the post we need to get the user email, design, URL, and then product is equal to await request dot JSON. Then inside the try catch block, exception E, here we'll return the next response dot JSON with an error. Now inside the try we want to simply save it, so we'll say constant result is equal to await Nextjs client dot post request slash cards, and then we need to pass a data to this post request, right? So over here let's define the constant with a data. Inside this you need to provide a data again, and then you need to pass a user email as user email, then design as design URL. Now make sure from the Strapi the field name should match, and for the products obviously it's a relation, right? So for the in order to connect this product you have to connect with this particular field name and then connect with an ID. Okay, so in our case it's products, and then we'll say connect, and then from the product we'll get the product ID. So I will just make sure that is correct one. So let's go to this product page and type product which contain a document ID. So this document ID we actually need this. Okay, and then our data is now ready. Just pass this, and over here we'll say console.log result.data. Okay, and then save it. Make sure to return the response from result.data and then save it. Now inside the page.tsx where we want to save to a database, make sure to call this method. So we'll say constant result is equal to await Nextjs dot post request slash API slash cart, and inside the body we need to pass a product as product, then design URL as design URL, and the user email as user detail dot email. And once we get the result you can just console this. Here I will make this as async. Let's save everything, go back to your application, go to the inspect panel, we'll go to the console and we'll test this out. So we'll click customize, we'll say add to cart, the item is added to a cart. Inside the inspect panel we'll go to the console. Here you will find an object which return it with this document ID. It means our record get inserted. We'll go to the Strapi, make sure to go to the cart again, we'll refresh the screen, and boom, if you see we have the user email with the one product with the design URL. If I open this one you will see this product information. How cool, right? So that's how you need to add and connect to the relation. Means make sure to save it in a such way that it will also save the related product information. Now if I refresh this screen, okay, still it will show the item count as a 1, say, right? That's because we have the data into the database and we are already fetching that information inside the header component, right, from the database, see, and that's why we are getting the cart item for that particular user. Now it's time to show all the item which is inside the cart which we added. So on the click of this cart icon we want to show that particular screen, and for that one I'm going to use an hyper UI carts component. So if I click on this carts you will see this particular cart which we are going to use. Okay, so obviously we are going to create a new route for that one. So we'll copy the JSX, copy this one, particular code, we'll go back to our application. Inside the route, we'll create cards as a route, and then we'll create a page.tsx file. Add a default template and we'll rename this to cards and then save it. Now whichever code you copied, just paste it here, save it, and we'll go back to our application. Make sure on the click of this one we'll navigate to this card screen. So go to the header, that's where we have that particular icon. So over here I change this to a link and make sure you'll redirect it to the card screen. Now if I go back and click on this one, it should redirect to this card page. I think it's cards with the S, so make sure it's a correct one. Perfect. And if you say, we have this card information. Now we just need to simply replace this information with our own customer's products which he added to the cart. But make sure that when you fetch the data, you should also fetch this cart information or item or product information as well. So there are a couple of ways that you can do it. Either you can go to this API cart and change this GET request, which will help us to fetch the product information, or you can simply make a new API call. So right now if you want to fetch with the existing one, simply add and populate is equal to star. It means you want to fetch everything. Now as you know that we already have the relation between the cart and the product, right? And according to the Strapi documentation, when you say populate to star, it will fetch everything one level deep, okay, including the media files, relation, component and zone. So let's see how the result will come. So I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and I will refresh the screen. Now inside this, if you see, we have the product information as well. Inside the product information, we have the product name, pricing and all of this detail, but we don't have the product image because that is two level deep down. So the question is how to get that. So if I go back to this documentation here, this is how you can get the several deep down. Means if you want to go down and fetch a nested document, you can do that with this one. So what we'll do, we'll copy this one and I will replace this with this populate, and here first obviously we need a product, right? So make sure the field name should match. So if I go to the cart, here we have these products, so make sure it's a pop with a S, then populate 0, and then you need to populate the product image from it, okay? Because if I go to the any product, inside the product you will find the product image, and this field we need it. Now let's save this one, go back to your application and again refresh the screen. Now in this case we got the data and here we have product information, but along with that one you will find now we have the product image as well. How cool it is, right? So that's how you need to fetch the data. Now once you have this data, we'll go to the cart. Now inside this cart page, simply first we'll get the cart information using the context. So we'll say constant cart comma set cart is equal to use context, and here we'll say cart context. Then once we have the cart information, we simply need to show all the product list. But before that, I will just simply display the cart information, okay? As we are using the hook or React hook, so you have to make this component on the client side. Now once you made this, make sure to save, and here we have the result. Perfect, right? Now obviously we just want a product from each of these. So right now if you see this mockup, we have this the UI, we have your cart as a text, and then we need to show the each item below that. So I will just wrap everything like this. So inside this UL tag we will say cart dot map, and here we will say product, I will say cart item comma index and the arrow function. Now from the cart item, if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, we are mostly dealing with this document ID and the products as well. So I will define a type for that cart information. So here we'll say type cart item. So one is the document ID, it's a type of string. Then I will just take a reference of this one. So we have the products. Now products is of type list, so we'll say product. Then so let's define this cart item type and index of type number. Here I will put this li tag example as it is, then later on we will replace that. And if I refresh the screen, you will see right now it's showing obviously all the 3 items because we did not deleted any of them. But over here make sure you have the document ID. We also need a design, and that's all we needed for now. So here we'll say design of type string, ID of type number. Perfect. Now whichever code you don't want, so in this case I will go to the div. Inside this ul tag we don't need this one, so I will remove that. So let's save it, and right now if you see one item we have and only it's rendering one time. Now next thing, you need to replace the images with an actual image, so product image. So here we'll say cart item dot products dot 0 dot so make sure it's the product is correct, and inside the product we have the product image. So inside the products we have the product image. Okay, dot product image of 0 dot url. Okay, and then save it. Right now if you see we got that image. Beautiful. Also along with this I also want to add one more image. Okay, now this image will contain the actual design. So this design I added, say something like this. Okay, then we need to provide the name of the product. So we'll say cart item dot products of 0 dot title. Okay, and obviously if you want to add more property you can add it. I will leave it right now as it is, and then you have an option to add 1, 2, and on the delete button, so I think this is the button. Perfect. So here I will add on click method and delete or remove from cart. So here we say remove from cart, and inside this we need to provide the document ID. Now let's create this method which will actually delete it from the cart. Okay, and here we need to write a document ID. Perfect. Let's save this one. Now when you remove the item from the cart, we have to make sure you refresh the screen. Now before that we'll add this delete operation to remove it from the cart. So go to the cart API. Inside the route we'll create export async function delete. Here we say request next request, and over here we'll get the document ID is equal to await request dot json, and simply we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios client dot delete slash carts, and then you need to provide the ID of the item which you want to delete. So we'll go to the settings API token, we'll see how it works. So if I go to the card, here is the delete operation, and then you need to just provide the ID which is the document ID. Okay, and inside the return, you can say next response dot json, and then result, or we can say result.data. Okay, so that's how you need to add the delete API request. Now simply call that API. So we'll say constant result it equals to await Axios dot delete slash API slash cards, and then inside the body we need to pass a document ID. Now this document ID you can get from the cart, from this document ID itself. Okay, and I will make this as async. So over here we need to pass a data something like this, and then document ID, okay, as per the delete call. And then once you have the result, you can console this result, and then we need to refresh and get latest cart data. But before that, let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application and let's refresh the screen once. So right now, okay, I'm make sure the Strapi is running. Okay, sometimes it takes some time to boot that Strapi. Okay, so we are not logged, so make sure to log into your account, then only you can see your cart information. And now we have the cart information, click delete, and right now we got an error, it's saying 404 error. So let's see, this need to be a cart and not cards. And if I delete this one, nothing is happened. If I refresh the screen, if you see, now we don't have any cart information. That's because from the Strapi now it's deleted. See, okay, now let's add again. So we'll go to the local home screen, and on the home screen click any item. We'll customize this one. I want to remove this background and click add to cart. The item is added to a cart. We'll go to the cart. Same thing, you can do it for other. So for this one as well, we'll customize this, and then we'll add this cart. Now we have two items. Now if I go to this and refresh this, you will see these two items with the information. Perfect. And anyone, if you want to delete, you can delete it. Now next thing, we have to make sure you will fetch the latest one. So go to the header, and I will use this get cart list method again, and we're gonna call this method when user removed from the cart. As we need a user information, so we'll simply use this use detail context, and make sure to import that so that we can get the user information. And this get cart list we're gonna call once the item is removed from the data. Now here we'll say user detail dot email. Perfect. Now if I remove this, boom, if you see, it's gone, and then you can able to see only one item. Perfect, right? Now next thing, we need to show or calculate the total, right? The subtotal, VAT. Okay, obviously I'm not gonna add all of this detail. We'll just keep a total amount, and this total amount will be in the dollar, and here we need to calculate that. Okay, so we'll say constant get total cart amount and the arrow function. And inside this, I already have this method return which will calculate the total price. So we have to use this reduce function to on a cart where we have the total and cart item, and then we are adding the total with the new product price. And over here I will simply return the total price. Okay, now once you have this, simply you can call this method. We'll say get total cart amount, and then save it. Here we have an error, so it's in product dot pricing. Okay, and let's go back, and if you see, now we only have 14.99. Let's add some items. So we'll add this item. We'll click add to cart. Now it's added to the cart. Right now we have an error, it's saying cart item product reduce is not a function. So make sure to add an optional operator field. And now we have 2 items with this price. Perfect. Okay. And at the last, on the click of checkout, you can make a payment to the with the help of any payment gateway. Now we need to deploy our Strapi admin panel to the cloud, and Strapi provide you this service where you can deploy and host the Strapi CMS directly on their Strapi cloud platform completely for free. Simply go click the link in the description, then you will go to the Strapi/cloud, or you can even go to this cloud section. Okay, then simply click get started for free, and you can even connect it to the GitHub using the Google or anything. Now I already have the GitHub account, so I will connect with the GitHub, and automatically it will connect your application with the GitHub as well. Okay, here you have option to create a new project. Now you can get started for free, and you can create up to 500 database entries. For a small business, I think that is more than enough. You have to select the account, and then you need to select the repo. Right now we did not select or push any of our code, so simply make sure to create a GitHub account and push your code. Okay, so first let's go to this admin, and we'll create a new terminal. Make sure to initialize the git, then go to the GitHub. Inside the GitHub, create a new repo. Here we'll say print on demand web admin, and then you can select add the description. You can change this public to private and simply create a repo. Once you create the repo, here you will find this remote origin. Set the remote origin, then we'll say git add, then git commit, give commit message. You can give any commit message and simply push it. Now if you are pushing very first time, you have to push with this particular command, and then make sure to verify. Just refresh the screen, and then you will see your Strapi is deployed on the GitHub. Okay, as simple as that. Now head back to the Strapi cloud. Here click on create new project, select the free tier, and then select the account. Okay, you have to connect your account with the GitHub. It depends on whether you want to use Git or GitLab. Okay, then select the repo. So here I will select print on demand web admin, then give the or show the some name. So you have to add something like print on demand web admin. Okay, then here we have new project created. Select the main as a branch and select the nearest region from you. Okay, so right now I'm in US, so I will select US East. You also have more option. Okay, it's completely optional, and simply click create project. Now currently project creation is started. Now it will take few seconds to completely deploy your application, and then you land on this deployment detail page where you can see the build logs, deployment logs. If you get any error, make sure to fix this and then push it again. Here you have option the production. You can add other environment, but for that one you have to upgrade it. Okay, and we'll wait to finish this deployment, and if you see our application is now deployed successfully. I can visit this application and make sure very first time you have to create a new admin. Okay, so I will create a new admin here, add username, password, and then say let's start. Once you start, you will jump onto this home page. Right now if I go to the content manager, you will see all your details. Right on the left hand side, you can see the ImageKit is already there. You have a media library, and all the information is as it is. Inside the API token, you need to create a new API token, and that's how you have to deploy your application in the production. Obviously you have to add your own data now one by one, because this application is the production. The Strapi is on the cloud platform, so here is the now endpoint. You have to replace this endpoint inside your application with your actual production ready URL. So if I go to this, I don't know whether we save it inside the .env file, or maybe it is in the Nextjs client, and that's where you have to change it, something like this. Okay, so I hope you understand this one. Go ahead and try the Strapi cloud, which is completely free. And if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. You can also ping me or ask any question on my Discord channel. The link is in the description. Now, in order to build and complete this application, you can take reference of any of my previous application project, where one of the application which is a full stack grocery store, where you can find how to add a cart system, how to add a payment gateway to your existing application. This is very easy to use it, and if you go to this TubeGuruji YouTube channel, or you can even go to the tubeguruji.com, you will find that particular course where you can simply check it out, that particular chapter, so that you can easily implement into your current project. So guys, that's all for this particular video. I hope you enjoy this particular project. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can connect me on my Discord channel as well. The link is in the description. If you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Join the membership so that you will get access to all my source code and all the courses. And don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me, and press like button. So we'll see you in the next video.